puncturing the windshield of a passing car, striking White in the head. The driver, Stephen Anther, seeing his friend injured, immediately called 911 for help.
I'm on 75. I'm going to hit myself. I'm coming to the windshield. My homie's pointed at. Okay, you know what money hit him? Yeah, I hit him right here. Yeah, we're driving along. There's something going through my windshield and hitting her. Kenny, come on. Hey, Kenny, wake up. Kenny, come on. Come on. Don't do this to me, buddy. Hey.
White, a father of 4, engaged to be married, died shortly afterwards at the hospital. The 4 defendants all agreed to plead guilty to manslaughter with one stipulation: that they be tried as juveniles, not adults. Judge Joseph Farah is tasked with accepting or rejecting that stipulation. As Judge Farah weighs his decision, several factors work against the teens, including the fact that, for these boys, dropping objects from overpasses was apparently a regular pastime.
There wasn't one event, nor was it done at a single location. The rocks and other items were gathered from other locations, loaded in a truck, and then driven to overpasses to throw them over. Also thrown at other times at other locations: tire irons, a muffler, a shopping cart, a couch. What was the purpose in this game called overpassing? And when did it stop? When somebody was killed.
Additionally, the teens made light of the horrific crime through dozens of heartless Snapchat messages.
51 times the letters LOL, LMAO, or haha appear in the messages, and many after it was learned that they had killed somebody. Lay low for a while and everything will be fine. Only way you get in trouble is if a, and I won't say the word, spelled rats, so you better hope he didn't give in already, or else we're going to the slammer.
As Kenneth White's grieving mother watches from the gallery, Judge Farah announces his decision.
The proposal for juvenile sentencing is rejected.
Once that decision is issued, the 4 defendants withdraw their guilty plea and choose to go to trial. While awaiting trial, 3 of the teens remain in custody without bond, while a 4th, Alexander Miller, is out on $25,000 bond. As for the 5th defendant, Kyle Anger, who's already pled guilty to second-degree murder, he begins serving his sentence of 39 months to 20 years in a Michigan state prison.
They were all in it together. All of them. Equal fall.
Next, we head to the S. James Foxman Justice Center in Daytona Beach, Florida.
We're ready to go forward on Keandria Cook, Judge. All right, Ms. Cook, come on up.
The woman being sworn in is 18-year-old Keandria Cook. Cook's in court today to receive a sentence for using a dating app to set up a robbery that ended with another teen being shot. The teen survived. Cook has accepted a plea deal that will drop a conspiracy charge, which carried a maximum penalty of life in prison. But counts of carjacking, attempted carjacking with a deadly weapon, and felony battery are still in play.
All right, come on up, Ms. Cook. You get to say the final word.
I just want to say that I'm sorry for the mom that her son had been shot, because I didn't even know he was going to get shot. My boyfriend and his friends did threaten me to do this. I didn't even know what was going on until I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. I just want to say I asked for forgiveness for a second chance so I can get out and finish school. And I keep my mama proud because I want to be her first child to bring her home high school diploma. And I just want to make my mama proud. That's it.
Cook now prepares to hear her sentence as her loved ones look on.
Ms. Cook, you're before the court for sentencing. A couple of things going in your favor. One, you didn't hold a firearm during these episodes. The second is that the victim luckily survived. That being said, this was intentional. It was an orchestrated ambush, and you are a main part of that. And for that, I'm going to go ahead and adjudicate you guilty of all 3 charges, sentence you to 20 years in state prison. Concurrent as to the first 2 counts.
The crying you hear is coming from Cook's mother. The sentence much more severe than they expected.
Charges. All fines and costs are
Turns out that Cook and her mother's reactions were so intense because they believed the plea deal meant no prison time. Judge Foxman allows her to enter a new plea deal, citing miscommunication between Cook and the assistant public defender. As a result of that new deal,
I think he got good in, and I think he got potential. I'll lose sight of that.
Cook's sentence is reduced to 11 years in prison.
Download the official Luxury Casino app to get over 1,000 games in your pocket. Install now. Why play anywhere else?
A hearing inside the Genesee County Courthouse in Flint, Michigan. 4 teenagers have pled guilty to manslaughter in the death of 32-year-old Kenneth White. A 5th defendant, 19-year-old Kyle Anger, has already pled guilty. We go to a hearing inside the Genesee County Courthouse in Flint, Michigan. 4 teenagers have pled guilty to manslaughter in the death of 32-year-old Kenneth White. A 5th defendant, 19-year-old Kyle Anger, has already pled guilty as an adult to second-degree murder. The teens threw a 6-pound rock off a highway overpass, puncturing the windshield of a passing car, striking White in the head. The driver, Stephen Anther, seeing his friend injured, immediately called 911 for help.
I'm on 75. I'm going to hit myself. I'm coming to the windshield. My homie's pointed at. Okay, you know what money hit him? No, I had no idea. We were driving along, and something went through my windshield and hit him. Kenny, come on. Hey, Kenny, wake up. Kenny, come on, don't do this to anybody. Hey.
White, a father of 4, engaged to be married, died shortly afterwards at the hospital. The 4 defendants all agreed to plead guilty to manslaughter with one stipulation: that they be tried as juveniles, not adults. Judge Joseph Farah is tasked with accepting or rejecting that stipulation. As Judge Farah weighs his decision, several factors work against the teens, including the fact that for these boys, dropping objects from overpasses was apparently a regular pastime.
There wasn't one event, nor was it done at a single location. The rocks and other items were gathered from other locations, loaded in a truck, and then driven to overpasses to throw them over. Also thrown at other times at other locations: tire irons, a muffler, a shopping cart, a couch. What was the purpose in this game called overpassing? And when did it stop? When somebody was killed.
Additionally, the teens made light of the horrific crime through dozens of heartless Snapchat messages.
51 times the letters LOL, LMAO, or haha appear in the messages, and many after it was learned that they had killed somebody. Lay low for a while and everything will be fine. Only way you get in trouble is if a, and I won't say the word, spelled rats, so you better hope he didn't give in already, or else we're going to the slammer.
As Kenneth White's grieving mother watches from the gallery, Judge Farah announces his decision.
The proposal for juvenile sentencing is rejected.
Once that decision is issued, the 4 defendants withdraw their guilty plea and choose to go to trial. While awaiting trial, 3 of the teens remain in custody without bond, while a fourth, Alexander Miller, is out on $25,000 bond. As for the fifth defendant, Kyle Anger, who's already pled guilty to second-degree murder, he begins serving his sentence of 39 months to 20 years in a Michigan state prison.
They were all in it together. All of them, equal fault.
Next, we head to the S. James Foxman Justice Center in Daytona Beach, Florida.
We're ready to go forward on Andrea Cook, Judge. All right, Ms. Cook, come on up.
The woman being sworn in is 18-year-old Keandria Cook. Cook's in court today to receive a sentence for using a dating app to set up a robbery that ended with another teen being shot. The teen survived. Cook has accepted a plea deal that will drop a conspiracy charge, which carried a maximum penalty of life in prison. But counts of carjacking, attempted carjacking with a deadly weapon, and felony battery are still in play.
All right, come on up, Ms. Cook. You get to say the final words.
I just want to say that I'm sorry for being wrong, that her son had been shot, because I didn't even know he was communication like my boyfriend and his friends get made me to do this. I didn't even know what was going on until I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. I just want to say I asked for forgiveness for a second chance so I can get out and finish school. And I keep my mama proud because I want to be her first child to bring home high school diploma. And I just want to make my mama proud. That's it.
Cook now prepares to hear her sentence as her loved ones look on.
Ms. Cook, you're before the court for sentencing. A couple of things going in your favor. One, you didn't hold the firearm during these episodes. The second is that the victim luckily survived. That being said, this was intentional. It was an orchestrated ambush, and you are a main part of that. And for that, I'm going to go ahead and adjudicate you guilty of all three charges, sentence you to 20 years in state prison. Concurrent as to the first two.
The crying you hear is coming from Cook's mother. The sentence much more severe than they expected.
Charges. All fines and costs.
It turns out that Cook and her mother's reactions were so intense because they believed the plea deal meant no prison time. Judge Foxman allows her to enter a new plea deal, citing miscommunication between Cook and the assistant public defender. As a result of that new deal,
I think he got good in you, and I think he got potential. Don't lose sight of that.
Cook's sentence is reduced to 11 years in prison. We're now in Washtenaw County Trial Court in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Your Honor, my client and I have reviewed the pre-sentence report in this matter. We don't find any factual errors.
This is 17-year-old Donta Wright. Wright's in court today to receive his sentence for the shooting death of high school student Jordan Klee. He's pled guilty to armed robbery, conspiracy to commit armed robbery, a felony firearm violation, and second-degree murder. As part of the sentencing, a family member makes a victim impact statement on behalf of the victim's mother, who's too overcome with emotion to speak.
I sincerely hope that whatever it was you wanted so badly that you felt the need to murder my son was worth the next at least 52 years of your continued existence. You won't get the luxury of raising your child because you took mine away.
Wright's demeanor during this statement is not what you might expect.
Your actions have led you to a prison cell, but have also created an empty cell that I live in every day. While you can still hope to be released one day, I'll never escape my hell. You are still alive, but Jordan has no future. Thank you, Your Honor. We're done.
Wright and his attorney approach the podium.
Your Honor, my client wants to address the court.
Oh, of course. Yes, sir. Mr. Wright, what would you like to say?
I just want to tell y'all, I'll be home soon, or I'll be Keon. I love my family.
That's all you got to say.
That opportunity could have been used to show remorse to the court for his actions. It wasn't.
You know, I have never in 23 years approximately ever not accepted a sentence agreement between the parties because it's bargained for, sentenced by the parties. But watching you sit there, smile and laugh and shake your head like this was no big deal, I'm very tempted to just say, I'm not going to accept this sentence agreement. We'll go to trial. And if you're convicted of felony murder, you'll go to prison for the rest of your life. That means you'll die there. That's what I'm tempted to do.
The judge does have the authority to reject the plea deal.
Mr. Bella, do you want me to accept this sentence agreement?
Your Honor, before I answer the court's question, I would like an opportunity to discuss it with the victim's family.
Okay.
If the court would pass it, I would appreciate
I'd be
it.
happy to do that. We're past this matter.
It's now up to the prosecution to decide whether or not to dismiss the agreement and pursue a trial.
I have had a very lengthy discussion with the victim's mother as well as his grandparents and some family members. They understand that obviously this is the defendant who brutally murdered their son by shooting him in the back of the head. He's shown absolutely no remorse. However, the Gleat family does want to move on with this. They want to get some closure from this case. And they want to try and forgive this defendant, even though all of his actions for what he did. And they are asking, as well as the people, that you proceed with the sentencing.
Okay.
Wright has another opportunity to address the court, this time through his attorney.
Your Honor, my client asked me to apologize to the court. His smiling was in no way meant as disrespectful either to the family, to the victim, or to this court. My client is 17 years old. He has some emotional problems and frankly was scared. And some people display fear by smiling. He really meant no disrespect. He does take this very seriously, and I think he does feel bad about it.
The judge accepts the sentencing agreement, which puts him behind bars for 25 to 52 years.
I'm sorry for, acting immature on the road. I understand that, being on the road, you do have other people's lives in your hand. And, I should have thought about that.
When defendant Cyrus Matthews was there on misdemeanor charges stemming from a road rage case.
As well as is there any way that we can reverse this jail time?
Well, you're going to have to go to jail today because we need to get out there, attend the hearing, we can consider furloughs. Okay, but right now you're going to go to jail. Okay? So you have to go today, right? Hey, call the police. Have him charged with escape, felony escape if he doesn't act to get back in this court.
Matthews' girlfriend follows him out. There seems to be a moment of hesitation here on Matthews' part. We now know it's the bailiff trying to reason with him, explaining that his escape will lead to felony charges. To no avail.
At Herb, we make and sell the best health and wellness products on the market because we know what's inside every bottle matters.
We go to a hearing inside the Genesee County Courthouse in Flint, Michigan. 4 teenagers have pled guilty to manslaughter in the death of 32-year-old Kenneth White. A 5th defendant, 19-year-old Kyle Anger, has already pled. We go to a hearing inside the Genesee County Courthouse in Flint, Michigan. 4 teenagers have pled guilty to manslaughter in the death of 32-year-old Kenneth.
She never gave Skylar 1 ounce of mercy.
We're in Morgantown, West Virginia, for the sentencing of 17-year-old Rachel Schoaf. 2 years earlier, Schoaf and another teen, Sheila Eddy, invited their mutual friend, 16-year-old Skylar Neese, to take a late-night car ride with them to rural Pennsylvania. Unknown to Skylar, what seemed like an impromptu road trip was actually a premeditated murder plot.
When they arrived there at that location in the countryside, the 3 girls got out of the car, and when at the agreed upon signal of a countdown, 1, 2, 3, Rachel Schoaf and Sheila Eddy attacked Skylar Neese and stabbed her to death. Skylar attempted to run away, but Rachel Shove tackled her. They killed Skylar because the girls always fought with Skylar, and she was, quote, in the way of the friendship between Rachel and Sheila. Murder by a stranger is a horror, but deliberate murder by friends is unthinkable.
For more than 5 months following the murder, Skylar remained a missing person until police began closing in on Shoaf and Eddie. With their stories crumbling, Shoaf ultimately admitted to the murder and, as part of a plea agreement, agreed to testify against Sheila Eddy and reveal the location of Skylar's body. In return, the state allowed her to plead guilty to the lesser charge of second-degree murder. Shoaf told police the reason for killing Skylar was, "We just didn't like her." Now at sentencing, Shoaf addresses the court and Skylar's family.
I'm so sorry. I don't know if there's a proper way to make this apology, because there are not even words to describe the guilt and remorse that I feel each day for what I've done.
Damn, redhead.
The person that did that was not the real me. Not the person I am. Not what I'm made of and not what I believe in. I hurt my parents and shamed my family. I hurt my extended family and all of my friends who loved me. I hurt my teachers and those who believed in me. I hurt my church family, my community, and those who trusted me. And I hurt my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. May God bring eternal peace to Skylar and the entire Neese family. Again, I'm so sorry, and I pray each day for everyone involved, and I pray each day for forgiveness.
Following her statement, Shoaf's attorney asked that his client's cooperation be taken into consideration.
It is my belief, knowing the facts as I do, that this case would not have been resolved without the confession and cooperation of Rachel.
Skylar's father, however, claims her cooperation was just self-serving.
Yes, Rachel Shove did tell us where Skylar was. Yes, Rachel Shove did cooperate. And Rachel Shove also murdered my daughter in cold blood. She should not give any leniency, and she can take her apologies and everything else and sit on them, because that's about what they're worth to me and my wife. She has done nothing but make our lives a living hell since this day one. She did cooperate in the end because she knew that it was closing in on her, and yes, she would be caught. That's the only reason she feels remorse. Your Honor, I ask you to give her 40 years and plus if you can. Thank you, sir.
Under state sentencing guidelines, Shoaf is looking at between 20 and 40 years in prison. Skylar's uncle, Michael Neese, pleads with the court to give her the higher end of the sentencing range.
This is a tragedy. I also would like to point out here today, I know in my heart, Skylar fought that night for her life, and now she's gone. Your Honor, I'm here today to fight for her as hard as she did to stay alive. The admitted murder sitting here today has nothing but blatant disregard for human life and deserves the maximum sentence for her role, and I quote, this extremely horrific and vile crime. Murder is murder.
Now, Rachel Shoaf's fate is in the hands of Judge Russell Claudius.
With respect to the request that the defendant be sentenced as a juvenile, that request has been made. That request is denied. The court can conceive of no rationale under which it would be appropriate that would by no measure be justice in this case. Rachel Shoaf, for your conviction of the offense of murder in the second degree, it is a sentence of the court that you be imprisoned in West Virginia State Penitentiary for a period of 30 years.
Shoaf's sentence falls between the minimum 20 years and the maximum of 40 years for second-degree murder. She was given parole eligibility after 10 years. As for her co-conspirator, Sheila Eddy eventually pled guilty to first-degree murder and was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole after 15 years.
BetMGM Casino has the most exciting live dealer tables. So when you want the magic of Vegas, you get the magic of Vegas. Anytime, anywhere. Download BetMGM Casino, the casino born in Vegas.
When you live. We go to a hearing inside the Genesee County Courthouse in Flint, Michigan. 4 teenagers have pled guilty to manslaughter in the death of 32-year-old Kenneth White. A 5th defendant, 19-year-old.
Okay, do you have an ID with you?
I mean, this is all I got on me. Like I said, I'm under equipped. I was just heading over there to the courthouse
It's the courthouse for what?
to get my crap.
Okay.
The wannabe cop sticks to his story.
I know, it makes no sense. I caught him going 120 down I-40.
The officer has Wazinski hang around while he checks on his story.
Someone's an empty.
While he waits for a response, Anzo casually chats with Wazinski. One officer to sort of another.
And I'm not here to mess with you, man. It's just the thing is, yeah, he was speeding, dude. You could have called it in. And, because if you get into shooting, you're
Right.
All right, man.
I understand. This, for starters, I know this looks really bad.
Right.
This looks really bad. This screams whacker.
Right. How long you been on?
About 3 years.
Okay. I've been on for like 13 years. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but you need to be a little bit more careful, all right?
Yes, sir.
So just do me a favor, hang tight for a second, okay?
Yes, sir.
It sounds like the officer might be letting him go. Not so fast. Anzo requests a supervisor from the Bernalillo Sheriff's Office to come down to the scene. In the meantime, he puts Wazinski in the back of his cruiser.
Do you have anything on you, man? Any weapons or anything? Okay, that's fine. Just have a seat, all right?
All right.
It looks like this bizarre game of good cop, fake cop may be coming to an end. So Wazinski comes clean.
Can I talk real quick?
Yeah, give me 1 second. What's up, man?
All right. I'm just going to be straight up honest with you. I'm not a cop.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just going to be.
You get that badge from?
I bought it offline.
Okay. Do me a favor, stay in here, okay, for a second.
After discussing the strange situation with his sergeant, Anzo makes the next move.
Back in my car. Hey, Brandon, step out of the vehicle for a second, man. Okay, face the vehicle. At this point right now, you are being under arrest. You understand?
Before heading downtown, Wazinski sheds a few tears in the back seat.
So I need you to lean back a little bit. Okay.
Can I please help my wife?
I'll give you, when we get to the substation, we'll give you a call, okay?
Wazinski's formally charged with impersonating an officer, a misdemeanor, and a second officer takes him off to jail.
Yeah, buddy. Can't be pretending to be a cop.
Yeah, I know, I'm stupid.
Lesson learned, right?
As they head downtown, the reality of the situation kicks in for this counterfeit cop.
It's one hell of a thought to know that in about 2 minutes I f***ed my life pretty damn good.
Now, as he stands before a very real judge, instead of fighting the charge, Wazinski pleads no contest. He's sentenced to 1 year of probation. The judge also rules he can't carry any firearms or handcuffs and must undergo a psychiatric evaluation.
Is that you not want any kind of reoffense on this kind of case? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
But this sham sheriff story doesn't end there. Wazinski violates his probation by failing to get that psych evaluation. But he gets a break when the judge gives him an extra 2 weeks to complete the evaluation. When told of his extension, Wazinski presses his luck.
I can try the best I can, Your Honor. I mean, I have honestly a lot going on right now, and it's stressful, but I would find my hardest to get it done.
Okay, so just to let you know, we all have a lot going on, and it is very stressful for everyone, but this is very important, and I'm not going to give you longer than that.
Wazinski did eventually complete his evaluation and was able to avoid jail time. And hopefully his days of impersonating an officer are over.
This looks really bad. This screams whacker.
As for the driver Wazinski pulled over, he was, of course, free to go. Our next stop is the Warren County Common Pleas Court in Lebanon, Ohio, for a case that riveted many around the nation. Today, all eyes are focused on this packed courtroom, because in just a few moments, a jury will decide the fate of Brooke Schuyler Richardson, a young mother accused of killing her newborn baby.
This is how I made a floating bed. It's easy, cheap, and you can do it too. I started by making a frame.
Born baby. Just 2 years earlier, the then 18-year-old high school senior gave birth to a little girl at home one night and didn't tell anyone. She managed to keep her pregnancy a secret because she suffered from an eating disorder and only gained 15 pounds. And Richardson apparently wasn't sure the baby, whom she named Annabelle, was alive at birth. So she took the body into the backyard and buried her. 2 months later, Richardson's OBGYN told police she confessed to him that she killed the baby. Authorities dug up the remains of Annabelle, and the high school cheerleader is hauled in for questioning by police.
Is it possible that she maybe breathed a little bit? Maybe. Okay. Put it in the towel. Okay. More. Think you hold her too tight? You said I think maybe I held her too tight. Tell me what that means. I didn't think she was breathing. I think I squeezed her too hard. Okay. But it was I know. It's okay. It's okay. You can't. It's okay. You were trying. I think that was killed her. Okay. Okay. You I think I killed her. I think I killed her on purpose. I want to go to jail.
In a moment that will change her life forever, she seemingly confesses to detectives. Richardson's arrested and charged with a number of counts, including aggravated murder and involuntary manslaughter. It's a sensational trial that made headlines across the country. On social media, Richardson and her family were vilified. They even received death threats. Finally, more than 2 years after that tragic night,
You may be seated.
Brooke Schuyler Richardson is about to learn her fate.
Ma'am, has the jury reached a verdict in the case?
We have.
If she's found guilty, she could go to prison for the rest of her life.
With regard to count one, we, the jury in the above captioned case, find the defendant, Brooke Schuyler Richardson, not guilty of the offense of aggravated murder, not guilty of the offense of involuntary manslaughter. Count three, child endangerment. We, the jury, find the defendant, Brooke Schuyler Richardson, not guilty of child endangerment. Verdict form number 4, we, the jury in the above captioned case, find the defendant, Brooke Schuyler Richardson, guilty of the offense of abuse of a corpse. Ladies and gentlemen, are those the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, sir.
You may be seated.
Richardson is only found guilty on one lesser count.
I'm going to set this matter for sentencing tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
But the next day, before she's sentenced, Judge Donald Oda takes a moment to remind everyone that despite the verdict, a life was lost.
The jury found that the state did not prove that you were guilty of killing your baby, but I think what often gets overlooked, Ms. Richardson, is just how precious life is. I firmly believe, Ms. Richardson, in fact, I know in my heart that if you would have made different decisions in this case, Annabelle would be here today. And I know that might be difficult for you to hear, but I think that your choices before birth, during birth, and after show a grotesque disregard for life.
And with that, Judge Oda informs Richardson of her sentence.
I'm going to place you on 3 years of basic supervision. I'm going to order as a term of your community control that you spend 7 days in the county jail. I'm going to credit you the 7 days that you have already done, which means that you are going to be going home today.
Richardson's long ordeal finally concludes with her being placed on 3 years probation. We head to Miami, Florida for a bond hearing. 18-year-old Gianni Sosa Hernandez has been charged with criminal mischief. 2 weeks earlier, Sosa Hernandez was at a local mall with a friend when he spotted a fake alligator on display in an off-limits area and decided he wanted to wrestle it.
Hey, bro, what's up, man? What you about to do?
Oh, man, you know we coming back. That's something.
No, man, come on. Hey, no,
The defendant was mimicking a well-known takedown move known as an RKO, made famous by professional wrestler Randy Orton.
Hey, bend that boy. 1, 2, 3.
Sosa Hernandez left the mall before security and police learned about the incident. He later posted the clip on social media. And 2 weeks later, after a witness from the mall identified him as the alligator wrestler, Sosa Hernandez was arrested. Today, he appears before Judge Renatha Francis.
Gianni Sosa Hernandez.
Yeah, he's bad.
This is not the first time Sosa Hernandez has appeared before Judge Francis. The judge had seen him the previous week because of another RKO stunt where Sosa Hernandez tried the same move on the principal of his high school. But this time, the outcome was slightly different. Sosa Hernandez was arrested for battery and spent 2 nights in jail. When the principal decided to drop the charges, the case was dismissed.
You're back, Mr. Sosa Hernandez. All right.
Now it's up to Judge Francis to decide if Sosa Hernandez will be released on bond for his alligator wrestling stunt.
You're being charged with criminal mischief. What's the allegations this time?
Based upon the arrest that he had last week, they were able to identify the defendant from a video posted on social media where he jumps over the wooden pedestrian barrier at the falls, grabs an alligator display, throws it to the ground, and then does an RKO, which I guess is the defendant's signature move on this alligator. The alligator was damaged, and it states that the total cost of the alligator was $3,690. That seems a little expensive. I don't know how much alligators cost.
The judge asked for the state's recommendation.
The state's requesting a stay-away order on the falls.
Stay away from that location. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, yes,
Falls Shopping Center at 888 Southwest 136th Street.
The public defender then offers his recommendation.
That's what Your Honor's done in the previous case.
Pretrial? Okay. Pretrial services.
With the stay-away order from the shopping center.
With the stay-away order, most certain. Okay, no hold.
Finally, Judge Francis offers the defendant some advice.
You gotta find something else to do. I mean, really, this is just, you're just gonna keep coming back here and keep being a media sensation for all the wrong reasons.
Sosa Hernandez was released on pretrial services and pled not guilty. The case was ultimately withheld. In Florida, judges can withhold adjudication of guilt, meaning Sosa Hernandez won't have a conviction on his record if he stays out of trouble. A judge did mandate he pay $403 in fines, which he did, but he did not have to pay for the damaged alligator. Next, we take you inside Gwinnett County Superior Court in Lawrenceville, Georgia for a sentencing. The defendant is 15-year-old Reginald Lofton. He's been convicted of felony murder, armed robbery, and aggravated assault. 9 months earlier, Lofton, along with 21-year-old Jermaine Young, ordered pizza at their apartment complex. When delivery driver Shane Varnador showed up with their food, they robbed, and shot him, leaving the 28-year-old to die in the parking lot while they went upstairs to eat. When police investigated, they learned that Lofton's phone was used to place the food order. After searching the apartment, they discovered hidden pizza boxes, as well as the gun used in the crime. While it was unclear to investigators who pulled the trigger, Young and Lofton were both arrested. Lofton, who was 14 at the time, was charged as an adult. Both pled not guilty, and their cases went to trial. After hearing all the evidence in Lofton's case, the jury returned with a verdict.
In the first count of malicious murder, not guilty. We, the jury, found the defendant in the second count, felony murder, guilty.
Even though he was charged and tried as an adult, Lofton's ineligible for the death penalty since he's a minor. Now at sentencing, Lofton appears before Judge Randy Rich to hear his punishment. But before the judge imposes sentence, Lofton's sister, Portia Porter, pleads with the court for mercy.
My brother do deserve a second chance at life. Instead of throwing him under the jail cell, help him, counseling.
When she's finished, the young defendant briefly addresses Shane's family, including his mother, who's sitting in the gallery.
I do want to say that I'm sorry for your loss, but I did not kill your son. And I wasn't shit. That's it.
The judge sentences Lofton to life in prison. But because he's a minor, in the state of Georgia, Lofton's eligible for parole after 30 years. Before he's removed from the court, the judge has a final few thoughts for the defendant regarding the length of his sentence.
I wish I could give you more time than I can because I think you're a cold-blooded killer. I hope you never get out of jail.
Lofton was sentenced to an adult prison for life, but he'll be eligible for parole when he's 45 years old. As for Young, he was found guilty on all charges, including malice murder and armed robbery. He was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for the murder, plus another 20 years for the aggravated assault. Next, we're in Jefferson County District Court in Louisville, Kentucky for an arraignment. Casey Brightwell is charged with driving under the influence, criminal mischief, fleeing or evading, possession of marijuana, resisting arrest, and several other charges. One day earlier, someone reported an intoxicated woman behind the wheel of a car near an intersection. Police arrived to find 18-year-old Brightwell in the driver's seat and her 2-year-old in the back. Brightwell proceeded to back into a patrol car and then flee the scene. Officers eventually caught up with her, took her into custody, and found marijuana in the vehicle. Today, Brightwell's in arraignment court before Judge Annette Karam. The charges against her are being read into the record.
Operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs, first offense, criminal mischief, second, fleeing or evading.
That's my charges. That was not.
Hold on, we're not done telling you your charges, and it's not going to help you to get. It's not going to help you to get real mouthy here. So we're going to tell you what your charges are. We're not asking if you, ma'am, listen to me, okay? We're not asking if you agree with the charges. We're telling you what they are, and then we'll enter a plea of not guilty. Now listen to the charges quietly.
Okay, operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs, first offense, criminal mischief second, evading police first.
Brightwell seems to have calmed down, but not for long.
Right.
Why do you have me with all those charges?
Well, I'm going to tell you. We're going to read this real quick, okay? So, and I don't want you to comment. I'm reading this. This is the description of the police officer. Officers were dispatched to 7th Street in reference to a female sitting in her vehicle and appeared to be intoxicated and confused with a child in the car. We made contact with the above listed subject who, after a short conversation, the accused placed her car in reverse and backed into Sergeant Mike Thompson's patrol car, causing damage. She then fled in the vehicle south on 7th Street. Accused would not stop when patrol units were behind her with lights and sirens activated. The accused was finally stopped after being boxed in. While attempting to arrest her, accused had to be physically held against the car and placed in handcuffs due to her pulling away. While escorting her to my patrol car, the accused continued to pull away and kept stating, "You effed me up. I'm from Louisville." That's why you're charged with those crimes. I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty. $5,000 bond is going to stay in place. No bail credit, danger to community.
So the court consider work release since she does have a job?
Now, given she's facing multiple felonies and
How am
there's
I
a
facing
child.
felonies?
Ma'am,
I'm
you
already
need to
getting
calm
felonies on my
down.
records for something that I didn't do. I will get an attorney, and I will get a good one, and that's what you don't understand. You're not gonna f my life up. No.
Judge Karam seems to have had enough of Brightwell.
All right, take her back.
Just woke up and already hungry. Let's see what's inside. I can't even afford a sandwich. Spend all my...
Not Jamal.
Take her back. She'll be in detox for a while, I think.
The day after this hearing, Brightwell was released to a home incarceration program. She pled guilty to operating a motor vehicle under the influence and wanton endangerment. She was sentenced to 180 days in jail, with 81 days of credit for time served in home incarceration. The remaining time was suspended. She was also fined $200 and had her driver's license revoked for 30 days.
I'm sorry, excuse for a human sitting in front of me. He is a waste of space.
Next, we head to Appleton, Wisconsin for a sentencing. 18-year-old Desmond Ellis has pled no contest to second-degree intentional homicide and first-degree reckless endangering safety. A year earlier, Ellis was in a shopping mall when he got into an argument with 19-year-old Giovanni Frosto, reportedly over a girl. Ellis pulled a gun and shot Giovanni, killing him and injuring a bystander, 20-year-old Colt Lemmers. The mall was evacuated, but Ellis escaped. He was captured days later in Iowa. Ellis was initially charged with first-degree intentional homicide, which carries a sentence of life in prison. To avoid a life sentence, he pled no contest to a lesser charge and is now looking at a maximum of 60 years. In a tension-filled courtroom, where some spectators have already been asked to leave, Judge Mark McGinnis sends a clear message. No matter what the sentence is, no outbursts will be tolerated.
You know, this is a sensitive and a very emotional afternoon, and I expect that everybody in here is going to act appropriately.
Before the judge announces his sentence, Giovanni's parents both deliver strong statements to their son's killer.
I'm sorry, excuse for a human sitting in front of me. Should not be free. He deserves life in prison. He is a waste of space. He deserves to sit in prison and think of why he's there and live with that.
The image of his little brother that looked up to him, choke in his casket, lay on his chest for the last time. This breaks my heart every day.
The next person to speak is Colt Lemmers, who continues to struggle since the shooting.
I barely go outside my house. When I do, it's just to go shopping or to get food with my family. Sorry. I don't have any trust in anybody. I sit at my house and I do nothing with my life.
When Colt is finished, Ellis has something of his own to say.
I made a mistake that I regret, and I'm gonna regret it the rest of my life.
I want you to know I'm truly sorry for what I did, and I'm sorry for the pain and suffering that I put you through.
Finally, with the gallery anxiously awaiting the outcome, the judge announces the sentence.
I'm going to sentence you to the Wisconsin State Prison System for a period of 55 years. Your initial term of confinement in prison will be 35 years. The time you will serve on extended supervision is 20 years.
As soon as the judge is finished, several members of the gallery begin to act out.
Hold on. Hold it, we're not doing it. No, we're not
As a deputy places one woman in cuffs, a like-minded spectator seemingly tries to stop it. The first woman is removed, as the remaining spectators are asked to leave.
I'm sorry, sir.
And as the group moves outside of the courthouse parking lot, emotions are still running high. Officers are able to keep the peace, and ultimately there are no arrests. As for Ellis, in addition to the murder count, he's also sentenced to 5 years for recklessly endangering safety. In total, he received a sentence of 40 years in prison, plus 25 years of extended supervision. We go to Louisville, Kentucky for a pretrial hearing in the case of 19-year-old Keontae Hunter. 2 years earlier, Hunter was accused of entering the home of 21-year-old Jesse Williams and shooting him and his girlfriend, Shardedrick Cooper, while they slept.
At iHerb, we make and sell the best health and wellness products on the market because we know what's inside.
Girlfriend, Shardedrick Cooper, while they slept. Jesse died of a gunshot wound to the chest. Shardedrick was hit in the leg and survived. The couple were acquaintances of Hunter's, but the motive was unclear. Hunter was arrested and charged with murder, attempted murder, first-degree assault, and tampering with physical evidence. Today, the court is hearing testimony and arguments about a motion filed by Hunter's public defender, Josh Roberts, to suppress a statement Hunter gave to police after the shooting.
Keontae, who was a juvenile at the time, the case law does support, and just our own common sense knows that juveniles have a lowered understanding, a lower intelligence when it comes to legal rights and things of that nature.
Hunter seems to take umbrage at Roberts' comments.
I would argue that given his situation as a juvenile, that the Commonwealth has not met their burden showing that that was an intelligent and voluntary waiver.
We'll get you a written order once I've reviewed the statement in its entirety.
Go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Hunter, hold on.
Hunter's been sitting quietly for 35 minutes, but decides he's got something to say.
I can't do this. It do.
You need to sit down.
I want to do it off my
Sit
case.
down.
Man, nah, all that. It's conflict of interest between me and the client. Nah, man, I want to file a verbal motion. I can't do this. It do.
You need to sit down.
I want to do it off my
Sit
case.
down.
An officer gets Hunter back in his seat.
Man, nah, all that.
But when he drops the F-bomb in open court, the deputies decide it's time for him to leave.
Mister.
That's when Hunter leans in and spits in his attorney's face, then swings his handcuffed arms at him. The deputies pull Hunter away just in time and wrestle him to the floor. As he's led out of the courtroom, Hunter leaves Roberts with a threat.
Come on, let's go. I'm calling my next court date, dog. Spit in your face. I'm gonna break your teeth.
You okay, Mr. Roberts?
I am, Judge.
Mister.
Despite the outburst, the motion was actually successful. Part of Hunter's statement was suppressed, and he was assigned a new public defender. But eventually, he was convicted of murder, first-degree assault, and tampering with physical evidence. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Next, we head to the Bradford Crown Court in Bradford, UK, for a rather dull-looking day that's about to get very interesting. This is a 17-year-old who's just been sentenced to 21 weeks in jail for stealing a mobile phone. And this is 21-year-old Callum Fintner, who's about to press a button on the wall, allowing a door to fly open so his very fast friend can attempt to escape. In an instant, Fintner goes from alleged co-conspirator to full-on cheerleader. Once the convicted phone thief makes it out of the hallway, he takes off through the security checkpoint with 4 security officers in hot pursuit, and his loyal friend trailing close behind. It's obvious from the security camera footage that the teen's speed is just too much for the Bradford Crown Court security team. By the time they get outside, 1, 2, 3 guards seem to decide it's just not worth chasing him any further. But one dedicated officer refuses to quit. He keeps up the pursuit, though at a slower pace. And of course, Fintner shows up again and heads down the stairs, presumably to meet up with his friend and celebrate the successful getaway. Unfortunately for the daring duo, the mobile phone bandit was caught 2 days later and given an extra 6 months in jail for the escape. As for Fintner, by the time he stepped in front of the judge, he decided not to press his luck. He pled guilty to aiding and abetting his friend's escape and was sentenced to 3 months in jail.
State of Ohio, P.J. Mitchell, 1-count murder.
Next, we're at the Franklin County Municipal Courthouse in Columbus, Ohio. 18-year-old Kinte Mitchell Jr. is charged with murder. He's accused of killing Ohio State student Chase Miola. 4 days earlier, a fight broke out after some people, including Mitchell, were asked to leave a party at an off-campus home in the University District. The defendant then allegedly threatened 2 of Chase's friends, and when he tried to intervene, Mitchell shot him in the head at close range. Chase was pronounced dead on the scene. Mitchell was arrested the next day. Turns out he'd bonded out of jail for $185,000 only 3 days earlier, after being held in connection with multiple unrelated burglaries. He's appearing in court today by way of a video feed for his bond hearing.
Mitchell was already out on bond for previous felony charges.
If you're struggling with depression and not feeling the comfort and peace that you need, I invite you to meet with missionaries like me from the Church of Jesus.
Detective requesting a high bond, Your Honor. They consider defendant a flight risk. You have expressed his concerns with the community.
I would ask for a bond in excess of $3 million in this case.
It's now Mitchell's turn to speak, but his attorney answers on his behalf.
Your Honor, Mr. Mitchell has exercised his right to remain silent, doesn't wish to speak to anyone without an attorney present.
Afterwards, it does not take long for Judge James O'Grady to make his decision.
$5 million cash surety, prelim 1021 at 9. Duty appears for counsel, defendant exercising his right to
$5 million?
The judge's $5 million decision does not sit well with Mitchell's mom, who decides to let her feelings be known from the gallery.
$5 million cash surety, prelim 1021 at 9. Duty appears for counsel, defendant exercising his right to
$5 million? $5 million? How do you shoot a gun and you don't have gun residue? The detectives know that my son is innocent. The police know that my son is innocent. This is disrespectful to both families. Can they all love you? This is disrespectful. Y'all know that every day. Ain't no one's gonna shut no one.
Court staff escort Mitchell's irate mom out to maintain order and keep things calm.
Take you all on the camera. And y'all know he did innocent. They know this. The detectives know. It's on me.
Mitchell has pled not guilty and is currently awaiting trial. Next, we go inside the Oklahoma County Courthouse in Oklahoma City. 19-year-old Israel Pointer's in court for a hearing after he failed to appear 3 days earlier for charges of robbery with a firearm and possession of a firearm. Because Pointer skipped his previous court date, the judge revokes his bond. But before he can be taken into custody, makes a break for it. As Pointer bursts through the courtroom door, he slips the grip of one deputy, then blows past another. Just down the hall, these two deputies are unaware that their shift is about to start with a bang. Moments later, they run into the fleeing defendant in a narrow hallway. But once again, he shakes loose. It looks like Pointer might have a shot at freedom. That is, until he makes a wrong turn into this hallway. And this man, the county's lead district attorney, David Prater. Typically, criminals try to avoid the DA, but today, one is about to run right to him. When Prater sees what's headed his way, he doesn't look for a nearby deputy. Instead, he unbuttons his suit jacket and jumps into action. Instead of going for a full-out tackle, the attorney latches onto Pointer's arm and doesn't let go. Prater hopes to contain him with the arm grab, as the other attorneys help bring him down. For District Attorney David Prater, it's all in a day's work. Turns out this is the 4th time he stopped a fleeing defendant in the courthouse. Israel Pointer was taken into custody and will later plead guilty to resisting arrest and sentenced to 6 months in county jail. For the original charges of robbery with a firearm and possession of a firearm, he also pled guilty and was sentenced to an additional 3 years in prison.
Agree with the family. I hope you die in prison as well.
You better hope I never get out of jail. It's like your wife. Your wife is getting. Shame on you, girl.
Jello,
I don't know.
Mr. Deputy.
You caught her throat twice. You stabbed her 8 times. You cold-blooded fucking killer.
We start off with Quincy Tuttle. Who's charged with firearm theft and unlawful possession of a weapon on school premises in Vancouver, Washington. Tuttle was taken into custody at Frontier Middle School when his friends saw a handgun, 400 rounds of ammunition, and kitchen knives in his backpack. Allegedly, Tuttle had plans to kill another student who had bullied his friend for being gay. In court, Tuttle hoped the judge would let him stay home during the trial process.
Is someone at home to monitor him?
I'm home all day.
You're home all day? Okay. And as far as any issues regarding firearms, are any firearms in the home at this time? Okay. Any other dangerous weapons that are in the home? So, that being said, Your Honor, I'd ask the court to possibly consider releasing the parents.
The parents promised to look after him, but the judge wasn't buying it.
I have concerns about the mental health issues, the ideation, the anger. I've been told this morning that now there's locks on the front door and back door, but as of yesterday, they were non-operational. So I feel that at this point, he needs to be held in order to protect him from himself and also the community. So that's going to be my decision today.
But when a kid with anger issues doesn't get what he wants, things get dangerous. At first, it was just tears.
Since he's out of the park, all right, you need to do next. Quincy, we're going to do next. Come on. Don't fight me on this. Let's go. Come on.
But things quickly escalated. Quincy exploded.
Let's go. Let's go then.
He yanked his shirt out of the attorney's grasp and bolted toward the doors. In the end, Quincy was sentenced to 2 years in juvie, as well as mandatory anger management classes. Quincy might have let out a few curse words, but what happens when someone's foul rant is so bad it causes a delay in court?
You pussy. You pussy. You pussy. You started it, nigga. And he do not tell you. Fuck up.
Like in the case of DeJour Maurice Hall, who's facing charges for possession of a weapon by a convicted felon and attempted murder in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Hall was arrested after going on a shooting spree where he fired shots into both a crowded nightclub and then later a home with children inside. Hall was handcuffed and brought to court to decide his bond, but before the judge could begin, Hall exploded.
Man, get me out of court, man. I don't even want to be able to do this shit, man. This nigga's pussy. He don't stay by me, boy. You pussy. You pussy. You pussy.
Hall spewed curse words so nasty that the other guards had to step in.
You started it, nigga. And he do not tell you. Fuck up. Fuck up.
Hall showed no signs of stopping, so the guards had to take action.
Man, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Fuck up. Shit ain't over with. You pussy, what?
Hall refused to calm down, even as he was dragged out of court.
You started it. You got to go to me. I'm not gonna what?
But if you thought that would be the end of it, think again.
All right, let's bring them. Let's bring your victims back. I'm not going to deny there, right?
Hall walked back into court with a smile on his face, but that smile wouldn't stay for very long. Because of Hall's mouth and his criminal record, the judge temporarily denied his bond.
Mr. Hall, based on what I'm hearing, and seemingly there's going to be some other stuff that's coming on, I do feel that this court should defer your bond to be set over in General Sessions Court as opposed to me setting it today, which means that you will be going before the General Session judge in order for that judge to set your bond. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
This particular time we're going to deny the bond on Mr. Hall.
The judge denied bond because of Hall's dirty mouth, but how does that compare to a defendant who flips tables and screams like a madman?
Stop taking me off my meds! If I'm wrong, if my doctors knew what you guys were doing to me! I have a broken hand!
Like in the case of Zachariah Kraft, who's charged with assaulting peace officers in Belgrade, Montana. Kraft was already in court for disorderly conduct in an unrelated case. However, when the judge laid out Kraft's charges, things didn't go over well.
I don't understand why I'm getting charged with a felony. I've been doing my best.
As the judge explained his charges, Kraft suddenly erupted.
You took me on my meds!
It's a yes or no question, all right?
Stop taking me on my meds! If I'm wrong, if my doctors knew what you guys were doing to me! I have a broken hand!
Officers grabbed Kraft and wrestled him to the ground.
Stop! I have a broken hand!
Then, Kraft was carried out of the room. According to Lieutenant Jared, a supervisor at the jail, Kraft's outburst was quickly dealt with.
He's been placed in an isolated holding cell where he's not going to get anybody else in trouble, and we can keep a close eye on him and make sure he doesn't harm himself.
Kraft's outburst was violent but harmless. But how can that compare to a defendant who begs for the death penalty?
You need to be careful. Do you understand?
Put me to death. That's what's happening anyway. He's framed.
All right.
That's the way it is. Justice will be served.
Like in the case of Jonathan Sander, who's facing 3 counts of homicide in Raleigh, North Carolina. Sander was arrested when a neighborly dispute led him to kill his neighbor's wife, and her mother. During the interrogation, Sander's voice was chillingly calm.
It just went blank, and the last thing I remember was seeing Sandy laying on the floor.
In court, Sander showed even less remorse.
Yeah, with no blood under it. Mr. Sander, please be quiet. It's fact. Mr. Sander, please. Mr. Sander,
What were her last words?
What everybody else did that's watching this. No blood under that wound.
Sander was so disruptive that even the judge was sick of him.
Mr. Sander, please be... This is my life involved. I was frank. Remove him from the courtroom, please. Remove me from the courtroom. Hey, stop it! Hey! Yeah!
His actions were even more heartless, considering the only surviving family member was in the audience watching him.
My wife, once she got shot, she said 3 words. 3 words. Oh my God. Nothing. She vanished.
Salvatore Mazzea could barely give his testimony.
I saw him with a gun point at my wife, and I tried to go back in the dining room to get something heavy to hit him over the head, but I didn't have a chance.
And Sander's repeated outbursts made things even more difficult.
Yes.
And
you're telling me I blasted
Mr. Sander, get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Mr. Sander, Mr. Sander.
Sanders claimed he only shot 1 bullet. He blamed the 3 deaths on Salvatore Mazzea himself.
I did shoot Sandy. I shot him low on his stomach 1 time. That's the one with the bullets that made the black marks. I barely wounded him, and I left. After I left, Sal Mazzella shot and killed his family. Why? For insurance money.
There was only one time Sanders showed emotion in court, and it was this.
Hey, Dad, I really, really love you. I also miss you. I miss you every day. I remember when we used to buy Hot Wheels and watch SpongeBob. If you were never to come back, I will be so sad. I will cry every day.
Sanders' wife came to court and read him letters from their 3 young children.
The family and cats miss you. I hope you get out of jail soon. Love, your best friend. I'm sorry.
But shockingly, Sanders wanted to set his own sentence.
You need to be careful. Do you understand?
Put me to death. That's what's happening anyway. It was framed.
All right.
That's the way it is. And justice will be served.
He asked the judge for the death penalty. Then, the moment he was waiting for.
We, the jury, by unanimous verdict, find the defendant, John Frederick Sander, to be guilty of first-degree murder of Sandy Mazzella.
The judge did not grant Sanders' request. Instead, he sentenced him to life in prison.
And when you take your last breath, you're going to die alone, and you're going to die forgotten.
Sanders' theory that Mazzea killed his own family was too ridiculous to entertain. But what happens when the defendant calls their judge every ugly name under the sun?
who is this bitch in Cynthia Cuba? Tell me.
I think you're actually trying to hit with the pliers.
Like in the case of Sherry Lynn, who's facing charges for felony battery and violently resisting arrest in Miami, Florida. Lynn was arrested after beating and or stabbing a woman named Cynthia Cuba with a pair of pliers. In court, things start off with a bang.
Have you ever been treated for any mental health issues?
Why don't you go fuck yourself first?
Another judge might have found that offensive, but Judge Grazier let out a chuckle.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
I said go fuck yourself.
Okay, well, I'm a little busy right now.
But soon enough, she gets down to business.
And I'm ordering that you stay away from Cynthia Cuba. Do not have any contact with her, and you must stay away from her home and place of business. As to the other case...
Who is this bitch in Cynthia Cuba? Tell me.
I think you allegedly tried to hit with the pliers.
Apparently that doesn't ring a bell.
The other case, F-15-1426, the bonds on count is $5,000.
Despite the verbal onslaught, Judge Grazier ignores her, and Lynn's lawyer makes an executive decision.
$5,000 and count 3 is $1,000. Have a nice day, ma'am. We'll try and get you into the hospital.
The judge sent Lynn to a psychiatric hospital to undergo evaluation before trial. Lynn's verbal attacks might have been unexpected, but how can that compare to a TikTok star who takes his murderous mafia boss online persona into the real world? Like in the case of Ali Abulaban, who's charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in San Diego, California. Abulaban went viral on TikTok for role-playing movie characters.
Speak English when you talk to me, okay? That was English. I'll have a venti, caramel, dolce. What the f*** you talking about? A venti. What is that? A large?
But on October 21st, 2021, Abulaban entered his apartment to find a horrifying scene.
Yes, ma'am. My wife and another man were, I found them dead on the couch.
Then he suddenly got hysterical.
Okay, stand by.
Oh, my wife, please don't.
Okay, hold on, sir.
Please don't.
Tell me what you saw when you went in there.
I saw my wife on the couch with my head on her head.
Wife is on her?
I don't know who he is. I mean, I know him. He's been great.
Ray? Okay, look. Your wife was shot in the face. Is that what you said?
Maybe on the forehead. He had 2 or 3 bullets in the head.
He claimed his wife, Anna, had been shot to death alongside another man in their apartment. But when police got there, Abulaban was gone. The bodies of Anna Abulaban and their mutual friend Ray were found on the couch. Abulaban claimed he stumbled upon the crime scene after coming home from work. But little did he know, their neighbor's Ring camera recorded the entire thing. Through investigation, police discovered that Anna had filed for divorce due to Abulaban's controlling nature. Spiraling, Abulaban broke into his wife's apartment, installed audio recording spyware onto his daughter's tablet, and kept tabs on his wife through the tablet. When he heard another man's voice in her apartment, he snapped. After the crime, Abulaban called his mom in tears.
I just like to burn to the other house. I just like to burn. I said,
Abulaban, who fled the crime scene after calling 911, was caught speeding down the highway. When police pulled him over, his 5-year-old daughter was found in the back seat next to a handgun. While in jail awaiting trial, Abulaban blamed Anna for his failed marriage.
My wife brought us. She wanted me to move her out here with all her friends to a life where there's Taco Tuesday, Women Wednesday, Party Saturday, Bar Sunday.
In court, however, Anna's best friend exposed the true Ali Abulaban.
He just always had to be better than everybody else in the room. He spoke down to a lot of us. It actually kind of made me distance myself toward the end because I just couldn't stand being around him. He made everybody in the room feel uncomfortable.
Then the court heard audio messages that left viewers disgusted.
Wish we never had a kid together because of how stupid you are. And I can't wait to divorce you. You're gonna be sitting on the couch, drinking your tequila, sitting next to your gym rat boyfriend with tattoos, who doesn't have the brain to hold a conversation, and you're gonna watch Netflix one day, and you're gonna see my face on Netflix. Hey, isn't that your husband? And your daughter is my so you're gonna see my face for the rest of your life.
Despite his tears, Abulaban could not convince the jury he was innocent, especially not when he does this.
Oh, get the out of here. I'm not gonna tolerate this.
During cross-examination, Abulaban could barely contain his anger.
You were looking up trash cans because you wanted to hide some bodies, correct?
I'm sorry. You're out of your mind.
You were also researching teen porn videos, correct?
What? What did you just say?
That's what you were researching, correct?
Say it again?
Teen videos.
You're out your mind.
On October 19th, you were researching Sean Torres, correct?
Show me the teen you just said. You want to paint me as some kind of child? Show me what show me. What you just said. I've never seen that in the Discovery. I've been incarcerated 3 years. You never showed that to my team. Where did you get that?
It's in your phone.
Do it, show it.
Obviously, his conviction wasn't enough to convince the jury.
We, the jury in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulaban, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree.
Abulaban couldn't believe his ears, but he's not out of the woods yet. Watch Abulaban's reaction as he finally learns his sentence.
The bottom line here is he will die in prison. He will never be a free man. He will take his last breath there. Please.
Abulaban's strange courtroom behavior didn't earn him any sympathy points from the jury. But what happens when a defendant gets into a fist fight with the courtroom security guards? Like in the case of Anthony Matthews, who's in court facing traffic violation charges in Dayton, Ohio. Matthews, representing himself, constantly interrupted the judge during proceedings.
I did not care to take part in fraud, not at all.
When the judge threatened to hold Matthews in contempt of court, things got violent. Matthews got into a fight with the deputies, and soon he started throwing punches. A team of 5 deputies got Matthews under control, but not without some injuries. The next day in court, Matthew appeared with a swollen eye, but he had a surprising change of heart.
Yesterday's proceeding was in error on my behalf. Totally, I take full blame for my actions.
Because of Matthews' sincere apology, the judge mercifully sentenced him to probation and time served. Exchanging punches with the guards is one thing, but what happens when a defendant leaps over the podium to attack their judge?
In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada, this court.
Like in the case of Deobra Redden, who's facing battery charges in Las Vegas, Nevada. Arrested after picking a fight with police officers, Redden tried to convince the judge to let him go.
So basically, I would like to tell the courts everyone here, like, based on my criminal history, like, I feel that, like, I shouldn't be, like, sent to prison for a second time.
Redden truly expected to walk free, but Judge Holthus had other ideas.
Have you looked at your criminal history? Have you looked at your criminal history?
I've actually just, I looked at it.
When you lived it, I suppose.
I just looked at it,
Yeah.
This is the moment Redden learned his sentence.
I appreciate that, but I think it's time that he get a taste of something else because I just can't with that history. In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada, this court.
Let's rewind.
I appreciate that, but I think it's time that he get a taste of something else because I just can't with that history.
After that, it takes a moment for her words to settle in. But once it does, Redden explodes. Redden leapt over the podium, dragged Judge Holthus to the ground, and continued beating her, even as court employees rushed to her aid. Finally, they pulled Redden off the judge, but it took more than that to subdue him. Redden punched the employees, and the employees punched back. Meanwhile, Judge Holthus is still on the ground. Clearly shaken by the attack, the judge is barely able to stand. Thankfully, she wasn't seriously injured. But that's not the last she would see of Redden. The next time Redden appeared in court, he was in a spit mask, handcuffs, and boxing gloves. Surprisingly, Judge Holthus stayed on the case, and she was about to announce Redden's sentence.
All right, that being said, in accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada, this court does now sentence you 19 to 48 months in the Nevada Department of Corrections.
Redden got up to 4 years for the original crime. As for his attack, that sentence has yet to be released. Redden's actions may seem shockingly violent, but how can that compare to a defendant who left his victims in a pool of their own blood? Like in the case of Bampumim Teixeira, who's charged with home invasion, kidnapping, armed robbery, and 2 counts of first-degree murder in Boston, Massachusetts. On May 5th, anesthesiologist Lena Bolanos walked into her Boston penthouse, unaware that she and her fiancé were being stalked.
Tonight, 2 doctors murdered inside a luxury South Boston penthouse identified. 49-year-old Dr. Richard Field and 38-year-old Lena Bolanos, both anesthesiologists. They were killed last night.
Friends of the victims called police after receiving text messages saying, "Call 911, gunman in house," and other worrying statements. Police got there quickly, so quickly that they caught the murderer still at the crime scene.
The officers encountered that intruder, turned out to be Texera, in a darkened interior hallway. The officers believed that this assailant either pointed or fired a weapon at them in this dark hallway.
Officers returned fire, shooting Teixeira in the hand, abdomen, and leg before handcuffing him and taking him to the hospital. Barely conscious in his hospital bed, Teixeira was formally charged with the murders.
Count 1, the charge of murder, with the alleged victim being Richard Field. Count 2, the crime of murder, the alleged victim being Lena Bolanos.
In court, though, he displayed more of an aggravated demeanor.
You better hope I never get out of jail. Is if I go your wife. Your wife is getting.
If that wasn't bad enough, Teixeira then did this.
You wanna know his last words? You wanna know his last words? Be quiet. He said no. Be quiet. You were at a time the hallway of dying inside. And he please like get him out of here.
Teixeira was forcibly removed from the courtroom. Meanwhile, the victim's family members broke down. For families' protection, the judge refused to allow Teixeira back inside the courtroom for the sentencing hearing. This is his reaction to learning his sentence.
Offense 001, charging murder in the first degree. The court, in consideration of this offense, orders you committed to the Massachusetts Correctional Institution at Cedar Junction for and during the term of natural life without the possibility of parole.
Teixeira will serve a double life sentence for his crimes. Teixeira's lawyer tried in vain to keep Teixeira from ruining his own case. But how does that compare to a prosecutor who does their job so badly that the judge has to step in?
I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that.
Like in the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, who's charged with 5 counts of homicide in Kenosha, Wisconsin. In 2020, 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse joined a racial justice protest in Kenosha, Wisconsin, armed with an assault rifle. Rittenhouse claimed he intended to be a medic and brought the rifle for self-defense only. However, he quickly realized he was out of his depth and ran toward police to escape the fight. Then, he claims protesters followed him, threatening to get him. That's when he fired the gun.
Get inside!
Now in court, Rittenhouse is facing charges for killing 2 protesters and wounding 1 more. His attorney painted a perfect picture of self-defense.
It wasn't until you pointed your gun at him that he fired, right?
Correct. However, the prosecution had a bit more trouble.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't get brazen with me.
The prosecuting attorney tried to use Rittenhouse's silence against him, a direct violation of his Fifth Amendment right.
I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that.
But instead of admitting his mistake, he insisted the judge was the one in the wrong.
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
For me, not for you. I want,
May I respond to what you just said, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to what you just said. I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay.
Well, I said you were over the line, close to, or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule. I'm astonished that that would have been an issue. So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that clear?
It is.
Even the defense attorney was fed up.
He knows if you're going to go into something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
But eventually, the jury came back with their verdict.
The defendant will rise, face the jury, and hearken to its verdicts.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty.
Members of the jury, are these your unanimous verdicts? Is there anyone who does not agree with the verdicts as read? Would you wish the jury polled?
Rittenhouse almost fainted with relief when he heard his sentence. But how does that compare to a defendant whose sentence fills him with murderous rage?
The bruises, some of the bruises were in the shape of a belt buckle.
I ain't gonna let you sit here and say no crazy shit about me, man.
Like in the case of Elise Ortiz Nieves, who's facing charges for felony murder and first-degree child abuse in Grand Rapids, Michigan. On June 13th, 2017, Ortiz was babysitting his girlfriend's 7 children when he realized one of them, 4-year-old Giovanni, wasn't breathing.
Kent County Sheriff's Department says that he was watching 7 kids this morning who live here at this house on Green Meadow Street Southeast. Deputies received a call about a 4-year-old who was not breathing.
He was rushed to the hospital where he later died from blunt force trauma. At the hospital, doctors found evidence of child abuse, 2 broken ribs, cigarette burns, and bruises in various stages of healing. In court, Ortiz came face to face with the cold, hard truth.
You beat this child, you brutalized this child, and you tortured this child.
However, Ortiz maintained his innocence.
I'm gonna continue to say I will take a lie detector test to prove that I never abused any of Sonia's kids, or never abused Giovanni, and never intentionally meant to hurt Giovanni, but to help him.
The judge didn't believe him.
There is no question whatsoever that you committed this murder and that you beat this little boy to death.
I ain't gonna let you sit here and say no crazy shit about me, man. No, man, because he's saying he don't even know, man.
Sir, the testimony showed that you put this child and other child in a shower with ice cold water.
The judge tried to maintain order, but Ortiz was out for blood. It took 3 deputies, but Ortiz was eventually overpowered. After that, the judge called him back to hear his sentence.
You are the lowest form of human life that I've been able to observe or see. You are a monster, and quite frankly, you are evil. What you did was sickening and disgusting. We're done. Take him to prison, please.
Ortiz was sentenced to life without parole. In a twist of fate, Giovanni's mother was also arrested for failure to protect her children from Ortiz's abuse and for lying on the stand about the lack of violence in the home.
My first charge is perjury. I lied under oath for a man who I thought loved and cared for me, and I have to live with the fact that I failed my children. I wanted to apologize to my family, my children, my lawyer, and the court.
She seemed remorseful, but that all changed once she was actually put in jail.
And everybody knows me as a person, knows I'm a great parent, so I don't care about what anybody has to say. They're just trying to make an example out of me.
You a good mother?
Of course. I work 3 jobs to support my children with no assistance.
She will serve 5 to 10 years in prison. These evil parents' courtroom behavior was despicable. But what happens when a defendant calls their judge a slur?
Is there something that you wish to say to me?
No, it's my brother.
Like in the case of Adam Satterley, who's facing drug charges in Louisville, Kentucky. Satterley was in court again after breaking the conditions of his bond. Then Judge Stevens revoked his bond, prompting this outburst.
You want to return to you, sign this order here. Once you get it, we'll get it. Thanks.
Judge Stevens immediately called Satterley back in.
Is there something that you wish to say to me?
No, it's my brother.
Oh, is that to your brother?
Yes,
I
sir.
heard you say a racial epithet.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
Oh, you didn't mean it like that? Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to hold you in contempt of court for having said that. And you don't speak those words in here.
Yes, sir.
And that word particularly,
Yes,
you
sir.
don't use that word. I'm going to give you 60 days for having used that word. I'm holding you in contempt right now for having done it in this courtroom. It's disrespectful. Don't ever do it again.
Judge Stevens sentenced Satterley to 60 days for contempt. After spending his first night in jail, Satterley seemed to have a change of heart.
I apologize. It wasn't intended for you. I was mad at my brother, that's all it was.
Well, you can have a seat.
But would the judge accept his apology?
I don't know how it would be directed at your brother, but at any rate, I accept your apology. I'm going to credit your time served at this point, and you will be returning the previous bond, 5,010%.
The judge dropped the contempt charge and placed him on a new bond, $500. Satterley barely avoided a prison sentence. But how does that compare to a wife killer who taunts his victim's family in court?
Shame on you, Cheryl. I don't know.
That is enough.
I don't know.
That is enough, Mr. Deputy.
You know what? I've had enough. You cut her throat twice. You stabbed her 8 times. You cold-blooded fucking killer.
Like in the case of William Demby Jr., who's charged with felonious assault and murder in Columbia Station, Ohio. On August 11th, 2011, prison guard William Demby called 911.
Yeah, I killed her.
You killed her?
Yeah.
Who did you
No, I
kill?
sent somebody. 14900 Cowley.
Who did you kill, Demby?
My wife.
Demby claimed that he came home from work, got into a dispute with his wife, and stabbed her with a military-grade knife. She fell through a second-story window while attempting to escape. Then, Demby went to the backyard, where she fell and continued stabbing her.
At 14900 Cowley Road.
They got a fight?
Almost a beating, yeah.
A beating?
I killed her.
Police officers arrived to find his wife's body nude in the backyard. Demby was arrested at the scene. In court, Demby claimed his wife Holly and mother-in-law Cheryl were emotionally abusive.
Shame on you, Cheryl. I don't know.
That is enough.
I don't know.
That is enough, Mr. Deputy, once again, you speak to me about your relationship, if you wish, between you and Holly Demby. I'm not interested in your position with regard to her members of her family.
Despite this warning, Demby continued on.
I had no right doing what I did. Obviously, I wasn't thinking. I was in a place where I had no control over my actions. I can't explain it. I can't understand how and why I did what I did. I may never know. But one thing I do know, that Stewie's well-being should be the #1 priority. But it isn't.
Out of nowhere, Holly's family exploded.
But I've had enough. You cut her throat twice. You stabbed her 8 times. You cold-blooded fucking killer. Fuck! I've had enough of her.
Despite the commotion, Demby was unfazed. In the end, the judge sentenced Demby to a total of 20 years to life. Demby incited anger with just his words. But what happens when a defendant takes on 5 security guards at once? Like in the case of Adrian Dunn, who's facing murder charges in San Antonio, Texas. On July 16, 2012, Dunn fatally shot 23-year-old Rakeem Charles during a drug deal gone wrong. Now in court, Dunn is facing a harsh sentence.
There will never be somebody like her son who has to suffer, and this family who has to suffer because of the defendant. And that's why we're asking you for a life sentence.
Dunn was shocked at the request, but that's nothing compared to his reaction to learning his sentence. The judge sentenced Dunn to life in prison. Dunn, in disbelief, refused to accept the verdict. He fought with deputies, pleading for his freedom, but it was no use.
Come on, man,
Dunn exploded after getting an unexpectedly harsh sentence. But how does that compare to a defendant who says he's too handsome to be on trial?
A young gentleman like me, young, charismatic, and fetching in these county blues, why would I be subjected to competency hearing or to an evaluation while I'm clearly, cognate?
Like in the case of Jimmy Carter Kim, who's charged with kidnapping, sexual exploitation of children, and possession of child pornography in Las Vegas. In November of 2015, Kim spotted a 15-year-old walking to her friend's house. He pulled up to her in a white van, kidnapped her, and held her hostage in his house. He gave her a bucket, barely any food, and had a camera recording her at all times. After a month of starvation and sexual abuse, she escaped to a nearby gas station and called the police. In court, Kim's lawyer tried to test him for insanity, but Kim refused to talk with doctors.
Dr. Cagney was unable to make a determination because the defendant refused to participate. Motion?
Once he realized his mistake, however, he tried backpedaling.
Your Honor, can I have a say?
Pardon me?
Can I have a say in this?
Well, I tried to give you a say, but you refused to talk to the doctor.
Because I don't see what the relevance of me, why is my competency in question?
Because your lawyer challenged your competency or questioned it.
My lawyer is going against my will. He's going against my choices. He's not notifying me or informing me of any of these things.
Fed up with Kim's excuses, the judge laid things bare.
But Nevada law isn't what you want it to be. It is what it is. And Nevada law is once your competency is raised as an issue, then two doctors have to say you're okay.
I understand that, but with legitimate reasons.
And one doctor says you're not okay as far as competency legally, and then another doctor says you refuse to talk to them. So I appreciate that you don't agree with Nevada law. I apologize that you don't agree with it. It doesn't really matter whether you agree with it or not.
That's when Kim changed his strategy, to the shock and entertainment of the court.
Well, can I ask you something? A young gentleman like me, young, charismatic, and fetching in these county blues, why would I be subjected to competency hearing or to an evaluation while I'm clearly cognate of everything I'm doing?
Now sporting a British accent, Kim told the judge he was too fetching to be in chains.
If only fetching were the standard, I'm not going to argue with you. I appreciate and respect that you don't agree with Nevada law. I respect that. I respect you. In the meantime, you're going to Laser Stein. Thank you.
Kim's strategy didn't work, but he didn't drop the accent.
State versus Eldria C31328.
Kim tried to use a non-existent face card and a phony British accent to get out of jail. But how does that compare to a defendant who tries to earn freedom by calling his murdered victim a pig?
And what I believe happened is I slept with Jack Cornell and Leanne Deller, and they were just too much of a pig not to wash your sheets.
Like in the case of Joseph Zeeler, who's charged with double homicide and sexual assault in Cape Coral, Florida. Back in 1990, mother Jan Cornell came home to a nightmare.
911! Please, someone to my house! Someone come to my house! I think my daughter's dead! Oh my God, please hurry! And please just calm down with me. Oh my God!
Her 11-year-old daughter, Robin Cornell, and Robin's babysitter, Lisa Story, had both been brutally sexually assaulted and murdered. The only clue? A stain on Robin's bedsheets. For 20 years, the crime went unsolved until...
We got him.
Zeeler was arrested on an unrelated charge, but when police put his DNA in the system, it came up a match.
26 years ago, a stain was found, and they found DNA 26 years ago from an individual, and they matched the two.
Now in court, Zeeler was determined to make this process as painful as possible.
That's a piece of paper right here that they're trying to hide from you.
Mr.
Right
Seiler.
here. I still see the body of 11-year-old
Mr.
Robert
Seiler.
Cornell with the hand, with the hair of her killer.
The jury will step out.
At first, Zeeler claimed he was innocent.
Do you know Jan Cornell?
No, I don't know Jan Cornell.
Do you know Lisa Story?
No,
Do you know Robin Cornell?
no.
But then he completely contradicted himself.
Now, did you tell the people who this letter's addressed to that you slept with Jan Cornell, Janice, and a friend of hers in 1989, and therefore that's why your DNA is in the Courtyards North condominium?
Yes, I thought so because she didn't wash her sheets.
He says he did assault the girls, but it was months before the murder. In fact, Zeeler claims to know the real culprit behind this attack.
Did you profess your innocence by claiming that it was a relative of yours that did this murder?
Yes, I was trying to defend myself because no one would listen to me.
It calls for a yes or no. Did you, in the letter, profess your innocence or allege your innocence by saying that a relative of yours had done these murders?
Yes.
Then things get even worse.
And what I believe happened is I slept with Jan Cornell and Leanne Deller, and they were just too much of a pig not to wash their sheets.
The prosecutor could barely believe his ears.
Your DNA would have still been there 5 months later.
Yes.
And that's because they're pigs and they don't wash their sheets, right?
Exactly.
You know that?
Well, I assume that, just like you're assuming that.
But just so the record's clear, when I said they're pigs and they wash their sheets, that's what you said.
Absolutely.
After that ruckus, it was time for Zeeler to learn the jury's verdict.
At least 8 jurors recommend that Joseph Adam Zeiler should be sentenced to death. Yes, by a vote of 10 for a sentence of death and 2 for a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years.
Zeeler stayed calm, but underneath, he was plotting revenge. It started during the sentencing hearing when Zeeler motioned his attorney over to him. But when his attorney leans close, wham! Zeeler elbows his attorney in the face.
What's that?
Which one? Right here. Come on.
Zeeler is tackled to the floor. Meanwhile, his wounded attorney returns to his seat.
I used to box, I take a lot better shots than that.
Calling the victim's mother a pig is bad enough, but how can that compare to calling the judge a bitch?
You gonna raise your voice at me?
Oh my God.
You raise your voice to me, I raise my voice to you. You just in a row.
Like in the case of Michael Gaines, who's charged with battery of law enforcement personnel in Wichita, Kansas. In 2008, Gaines got into a jailhouse fight with 2 prison guards. During the fight, Gaines punched, kicked, and even spit on the guards, a fact made more complex by Gaines's positive HIV diagnosis. In court, Gaines was clearly agitated.
All the evidence shows that you deliberately.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Things escalated quickly.
I know.
The words were that you deliberately were hawking us.
Bullshit. I didn't hawk up no saliva, okay? That's bullshit. And you're gonna believe those lies. That's what I'm talking about, deputy.
Look at me.
It's like evening. You ain't gotta scream at me.
The judge actually laughed in disbelief.
You gonna raise your voice at me?
Oh my God.
You raise your voice to me, I raise my voice to you. You just in a row.
But he didn't stop with the judge. He insulted everyone.
I appreciate Mr. Gaines making my point for me.
You
very well received.
Maggot mother.
And I don't think I have to take insults from
I know. You.
You
You's a,
He's a tough guy now.
you's a,
But I think
you'll be a after I get sentenced.
With Gaines and the prosecutor hurling curses back and forth, the judge can't stop laughing.
I think Mr. Gaines has forfeited to me.
I'm ready to go. I was ready to go. You punk.
Then things quickly sour.
I'm talking or take out of the courtroom.
You's a maggot.
Yeah, you're a tough guy.
You's a maggot. You should have died when you was a baby.
Yeah.
Maggot.
Anytime, Mr. Gaines.
Shut up. You's a maggot. Should have died when you was a baby. Stillborn.
Gaines's attack, plus his dirty mouth, earned him an extra 13 and a half years in prison. Gaines's life was ruined by hurling one single curse word at the judge. But what happens when an inmate unleashes a whole host of them?
I am going to appoint the public defender for you.
That's horse. You do whatever you want.
Like in the case of Dale Greenman, who's charged with theft in Orlando, Florida. Greenman was arrested after stealing Gatorade, a pack of cigarettes, and a lighter from 7-Eleven. His bond was set at $250, but he's in court hoping the state will have an even better offer. However, he's about to get disappointed.
You were arrested for petty theft. That you find probable cause. Miss Kenny Swanson, did you have an offer?
I did not, Your Honor.
No offer? Is that due to the out-of-state criminal history?
Yes, Your Honor.
Prior to the theft, Greenman had been charged with tampering with evidence in another state.
So, Mr. Greenman, you have prior history out of state, and so the state may enhance this offense to a felony based on your prior. So I can't do anything with your case today.
The judge just told Greenman he wouldn't be eligible for any deals, and he doesn't take the news well.
That's horse. You do whatever you want.
Excuse me?
My name is Mr. Greenman.
I'm the federal witness of the United States federal government. I demand that you get a jail for hour long ago. And figure out what you're doing.
All right, he can be removed once y'all get him out.
After that emotional outburst, Greenman was dragged out of court and into jail. The judge, however, seemed completely unfazed.
All right then. No contact with any victims or witnesses in the case. And I'm gonna set his bond at $1,000.
The officers returned to wipe down the podium, which was now full of Greenman's spit. But how can spit compare to a defendant who hails Hitler in the courtroom?
One day, my spirit will rise from my grave, and you all know that I was right. I'll hit them.
Like in the case of Frazier Glenn Cross, who's charged with triple homicide in Overland Park, Kansas. Cross, an established white supremacist, was arrested after he shot and killed 3 people outside a Jewish community center and retirement home in 2014. He killed 53-year-old Terry Lamano, 69-year-old William Corcoran, and his 14-year-old grandson, Reet Underwood, none of whom were Jewish. Police got there within minutes, but it was too late. Now in handcuffs, Cross faced the ultimate punishment, the death penalty. However, he wasn't scared.
I spent 20 years in the Army, 2 tours in Vietnam, 3 stop, earned the right of speech, stop, freedom of speech, stop. And you a damn whore for the damn Jews sitting in them judgments. You are a damn whore for the Don't take a break.
Cross was thrown out of court, but when he came back, he said something even more unhinged.
The state must prove and admit that I had no criminal intent. I had a patriotic intent to stop the genocide against my people.
He even said he regretted his actions, but not for the reason you think.
I do apologize for those who died. And I did not, I thought they were Jews. I thought they were Jews. I wouldn't have shot them otherwise.
His only goal was to spread his racist views, so when the judge refused to give him internet access in jail, he blew his top.
I don't even want to participate in this trial if you're going to gag me. Just let me stay in my cell. Let me stay in my cell.
Judge, let your attorneys talk.
I fire him right now. I don't have an attorney. Thank you. I think you just want to protect the Jews. You don't want me to tell the truth about the Jews.
But that's nothing compared to his reaction after learning his sentence.
Carry out the sentence of death by lethal injection as provided by Kansas law.
One day, my spirit will rise from my grave, and you all know that I was right. I'll get you.
In the end, Cross died in prison at the age of 80. Cross's courtroom behavior was nothing short of shocking. But what happens when a defendant is desperate to stay out of prison?
11 years.
Yeah.
For being innocent. You're kidding me. 11 years. That's
11
what it
years.
is. There's no more. 11? That's enough. I could die now.
Like in the case of Jack Whitaker, who's charged with manslaughter in Portland, Oregon. In April of 2010, Jack Whitaker was high on meth when he crashed into the car of Kayla Wilson, who was 5 months pregnant.
On April 15, 2010, he was high on meth when he lost control of his Jeep and smashed nearly head-on into Kayla's Buick as she drove home from a job interview.
The crash sent Kayla into a coma. A few weeks later, she successfully delivered her baby through C-section. However, she remained in a near vegetative state for 8 years before ultimately succumbing to her injuries. In court, Kayla's dad couldn't hold back his tears.
I had to let go of the Kayla I once knew and accept the new Kayla I had because she couldn't talk and she couldn't move.
However, during the emotional testimony, Whitaker loudly interrupted.
Kayla is 21 years old and has been in a hospital bed for 2 years. This April.
I've been in jail for 2 years for not doing it.
She will never know her mom and dad.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
He claimed innocence, even after the jury said otherwise.
And just because the jury found me guilty does not mean that I'm guilty. And that's why I cannot show remorse, because I did not do it.
Interrupting the victim's father is bad enough, but Whitaker doesn't stop there. Next, he interrupted the judge.
Mr. Whitaker, you had a chance already. This is my opportunity.
Yeah, well, I didn't do it.
Then it was time for Whitaker to learn his fate.
This is you consent to 11 years.
11 years.
Yeah.
For being innocent. You're kidding me. 11 years. That's
11
what it
years.
is. There's no more. 11? That's enough. I could die now.
Whitaker, still in disbelief, allowed deputies to put him in handcuffs. While Whitaker used his words as weapons, how does that compare to a defendant who uses his own bodily fluids?
There's no way I want to try this case or have any further proceedings, or I have to see you for one further second. Set preliminary hearings next week. Charge.
Like in the case of Bass Webb, who's charged with 2 counts of attempted murder in Paris, Kentucky. Webb had just gotten out of jail when, apparently, he decided he wanted to go back. Pulling out of the parking lot, Webb spotted 2 prison guards going to work. That's when he floored it and attempted to run them over.
Surveillance video from the Bourbon County Jail, which shows a car barrel down on 2 jailers, hitting and nearly killing them.
One guard was able to escape, but another guard had to be hospitalized for his injuries. In court, Judge Dixon refused to work on the case for a very personal reason.
There's no way I want to try this case or have any further proceedings, or I have to see you for one further second. Set preliminary.
Webb's victims were close personal friends of hers. However, when she sent Webb away, Webb retaliated.
Set preliminary hearings next week.
Webb launched a spitball right at Judge Dixon's face and landed it. She forced Webb to watch as she cleaned her face. Then she sent him away for good. But if you thought you'd seen the last of him, think again. While awaiting trial, Webb incited a violent prison riot. Webb refused to yield, even after SWAT teams were brought in.
Out in the sub-day room, refusing to return to their cells. They are armed with weapons.
They sprayed him with pepper bullets. But that only made things worse. Webb, who had ripped a telephone box from the wall, slung it at a corrections officer. Eventually, SWAT teams sprayed tear gas to scatter and capture the rioters. After Webb was subdued, a new judge finally revealed Webb's sentence.
I will accept the jury's recommendation of 5 years on count 1, enhanced to 15 years pursuant to the persistent felony offender first degree.
Webb was sentenced to 15 years for the riot and another 37 for the attempted murders. Webb's bad behavior made his judge drop the case. But how can that compare to a judge who screams at the defendant from the podium?
You were relentless. You stabbed, you stabbed, you stabbed, you stabbed, you stabbed until he was dead.
Like in the case of Camilla Gamet, who's charged with first-degree murder in Jackson, Michigan. Gamet was arrested in the vicious killing of her boyfriend, Marcel Hill. According to the evidence, she bludgeoned Hill with a floor lamp, frying pan, a nightstand, and a large knife. Hill later died from blood loss. However, Gamet claimed the murder was actually self-defense.
What had woke me up was when the glass broke. It was just loud glass, and I didn't know at first what it was.
She said she woke up to a loud sound and thought an intruder had broken in.
So I started trying to turn on the lamp, and all the while I'm doing this, I was getting hit in my head.
After realizing it was her boyfriend attacking her, Gamet says she fought back with whatever she could find.
I never went and got the knife. The knife was already there. I started swinging the lamp, and the lamp had hit Marcel. And I turned, and he was still hitting me.
She claims she didn't realize he was dead until it was too late.
It really didn't hit me. Like, I didn't really realize that I had stabbed him. I just kind of, in my mind, like, I just thought I was fighting him, and it happened so fast. And I ran out the house, and I started calling 911. By the time they got there, it was too late.
However, Judge McBain didn't buy her story.
Gutted him like a fish in that apartment, too. You were relentless. You stabbed, you stabbed, you stabbed, you stabbed, you stabbed until he was dead. You didn't think he was an intruder. You know, maybe one stab wound, okay, maybe that's self-defense. But you put in 11 more to make sure he was good and dead.
Gamet maintained her innocence even after the jury found her guilty.
I just want to say that I stick by the truth, which is that I did react in self-defense. I did love Marcel, and basically at trial, the way I was portrayed, mostly everything was lies. There was a little bit of truth, but mostly I was convicted off of lies.
Gamet's lack of remorse was Judge McBain's last straw.
I agree with the family. I hope you die in prison as well. You know, if this was a death penalty state, you'd be getting the chair.
Gamet was sentenced to life in prison for the murder. Gamet may have gotten an earful from the judge, but how can that compare to a defendant who has to be carried out of court after killing an innocent child? Like in the case of Desmond Jones, who's facing charges of engaging in organized criminal activity in Dallas, Texas. In 2017, a high-ranking member of a rival South Dallas drug gang stole thousands of dollars worth of marijuana from Jones's house. In retribution, Jones and a group of gang members kidnapped 13-year-old Siobhan Rindle, a relative of the rival gang member's girlfriend, and held her for days until ultimately shooting her to death. Rindle's parents reported the kidnapping, and after finding the preteen's body, they traced the crime back to Jones. In court, Rindle's cousin said Jones kidnapped the girl for ransom.
They was like, you better not get the police involved, bring us our drugs, and they hung up the phone. What did the person say? If he don't bring me back the drugs, then I'm going to kill him.
According to documents, Rindle was killed after seeing her kidnapper's face. During the trial, Jones showed no remorse. But that would all change after sentencing. The judge sentenced Jones to 99 years in prison, and Jones had a breakdown. Jones cursed and threatened the victim's family. Then, things escalated.
I got those wrong.
Out! Out! Sit down, Jones, sit down. Sit down!
At first, Jones followed the deputy's instructions, but not for long. Desmond was carried out by the cops with his mother wailing in the background.
I'm good. I'm good.
Desmond's crime was unthinkable, but what would happen if the victim of a heinous crime turned out to be the mastermind behind it all? Like in the case of Jussie Smollett, who was charged with 5 felony counts of disorderly conduct in Chicago, Illinois. Smollett, who played Jamal Lyon in Empire, made a panicked 911 call after 2 men broke into his house. Smollett claimed the attackers, motivated by homophobia and racism, put a noose around his neck.
You want to take it off or anything?
I do. I just want to see. There's some bleach on me. Pour bleach on me.
During news interviews, Smollett revealed more details about the attack.
Walking, and then I heard Empire. So I turned around and I said, "What did you just say to me?" And I see, he said, "This MAGA country punches me right in the face." So I punched his ass back. And I want a little gay boy who might watch this to see that I fought back.
He claimed the attackers fled after threatening him. And after weeks of investigation, police finally revealed their findings.
Smollett paid $3,500 to stage this attack and drag Chicago's reputation through the mud in the process.
The real culprit of this hate crime was Smollett himself. Police discovered that he paid brothers Abel and Ola Osundario to stage the attack, all in an attempt to get attention and a higher salary for his role on Empire. After that, people saw his interview in a whole new light.
You do such a disservice when you lie about things like this. I still want to believe, with everything that has happened, that there's something called justice.
Smollett was arrested for his crimes. The public was shocked and outraged at his lies. But that can't compare to the outrage of Smollett's judge.
Your very name has become an adverb for lying. And I cannot imagine what could be worse than that. You let that dark, narcissistic, selfish, and arrogant side come out, and you persisted with it for years on this case.
Then, it was time for Smollett to learn his sentence.
I'm fashioning the following sentence, and here's your sentence. I'm sentencing you to 30 months felony probation, and the probation is going to be to this court. You will pay restitution to the city of Chicago in the amount of $120,106. You are fined $25,000, which is the maximum fine. And you will spend the first 150 days of your sentence in the Cook County Jail. And that will start today, right here, right now.
But if you thought Smollett would go away quietly, think again.
No, I would just like to say to Your Honor that I'm not suicidal. I am innocent, and I am not suicidal. If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of Black Americans in this country for over 400 years and the fears of the LGBTQ community. Your Honor, I respect you and I respect the jury, but I did not do this. And I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that.
As Smollett was led away, he had one last word.
I am not suicidal. I am not suicidal. And I am innocent. I could have said that I was guilty a long time ago.
Smollett's fake activism may have seemed over the top, but how can that compare to a defendant who tries to flip the podium?
Oh, let's not. Not right now.
Like in the case of Donald Roberts, who's charged with robbery, assault with intent to rob, larceny, and refusing fingerprinting in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Roberts, who was representing himself, had just finished complaining about the small book selection in the library jail.
I think that's sufficient for the time being. But
Then, Assistant Prosecutor Brenda Taylor interrupts.
Your Honor, I'm asking the court to use the report dated July 25th of Dr. Smith for purposes of finding incompetency, and I'm asking the court to find the defendant incompetent and to order him to the Forensic Center for treatment and restoring of competency.
Roberts seems upset about the change in topic.
I don't want to reiterate the other issues that have already brought us here. If the court wants me to respond regarding the law library, I can again.
I've already ruled on that.
This time, it's Roberts' turn to interrupt.
What about my discovery? Let's talk about that.
Oh, let's not. Not right now.
Upset at the judge's dismissal, Roberts attempted to flip the podium. When he couldn't lift it, he instead slammed into a lawyer, attempting to inflict maximum damage as spectators fled and deputies closed in. Officers quickly subdued Roberts, narrowly missing what could have been a violent explosion. After that display, the judge forbade Roberts from representing himself, appointing a public defender instead. Later, Roberts pled no contest to the larceny charge. The court dropped the other charges and sentenced Roberts to 22 months in jail. While Donald Roberts' courtroom actions can be blamed on mental illness, what happens when a defendant refuses to get arrested? Like in the case of Michael McDonald, who's charged with violating his bond in Las Vegas, Nevada. 1 year ago, McDonald was involved in a nasty divorce. So nasty that his ex-wife filed a restraining order to keep him away from their kids after he broke into their house. However, just months afterwards, McDonald violated the restraining order.
When the defendant, Michael McDonald, was released on his own recognizance last April by Judge Israel, one of his release conditions was to have no contact with the individual, his ex-wife named Candace Ruiz. Approximately a month ago in June, he then mailed a number of items to his wife's address, although they were addressed to the children.
McDonald sent gifts to his 2 children, something McDonald's attorney says he didn't know was against the rules.
He sent 2 gifts, that's it. No nasty notes with them, no diagrams, no nothing. Mr. McDonald is not violent nor a threat to the community. He has had no allegations of violence. He has stayed substantively away.
His attorney asked for the judge to forgive the trespass, but the judge had other ideas.
With no of that back in the family court, he constantly violated orders. He would always insist that the order said something else. Because of his bizarre behavior, putting a tracking device on his wife's vehicle, and so I'm seeing the same type of conduct, and it's an obsession.
This is the moment McDonald hears the judge's final decision.
I'm not sure that he is capable of controlling himself because he wasn't before. So based upon that, I am granting the motion.
McDonald's request was just denied, and now he is going to jail. McDonald flips out.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Fred, can you please tell my Mr. Ralph already done?
Dude.
Stop.
Come on.
Upset with the decision, he resists arrest, but that only makes things worse.
How's your back?
Mike, calm down. Just relax. Deep breath. Mike, take a deep breath.
I got mentally about this. Go see my kids. Come on. I've done nothing.
Mike,
just
calm down. Dude.
His attorney tries to get him to calm down, but it clearly doesn't work.
Guys, come on. You're gonna really throw me in jail because I miss my kids. Come on. Assistance in 15 Charlie. 15 Charlie. Stop. Come on, please, guys. Please, I don't want to.
Deputies struggle to get McDonald under control. Meanwhile, his lawyers keep trying to calm him down.
Mike, stop fighting with them. I have to there to help him with the cuffs on you. Don't fight with them.
I'm gonna tase you.
Don't Like with the handcuffs on?
Finally, the lawyer's patience snaps.
Like with the f***ing handcuffs on? Or I'll put them on myself.
Hey, come on.
I'm on your side, Mike, but you're out of line.
Surprisingly, that worked.
I just want to see my kids now getting prosecuted as an enemy of the state. I just want to... I've done nothing.
McDonald was finally handcuffed and taken to jail. The judge sentenced him to 2 to 6 years in prison. These deputies had to wrestle McDonald into handcuffs. But how does that compare to a defendant who has to be carried out by her elbows? Like in the case of Sarah Bunch, who's charged with manslaughter, arson, and attempted tampering with evidence in Northwood, Ohio. In December of 2008, Bunch was arrested at the scene of an arson after firefighters found the body of 60-year-old Robert Porter, shot to death inside of his burning home. Police accused Bunch of shooting Porter and then committing arson to cover up her crime. However, Bunch claims she shot Porter in self-defense as he was attempting to assault her. In court, the judge had trouble believing Bunch's story.
Having a hard time understand how someone's coming towards you and the second shot is in the back of their head. Can you explain that to me?
Bunch burst into tears defending her character.
I really was a good person. I had 2 jobs. You know, I was custody of my kid. I was doing what I needed to do.
However, despite her apparent remorse, Bunch refused to apologize to the family.
The last and certainly the most vivid memory his grandchildren have of him is him laying dead in a casket over a senseless and to them confusing act of violence.
Throughout the trial, Bunch constantly rolled her eyes in disrespect, but her attitude quickly changed when the judge announced his sentence.
13 years? The
When the judge sentenced her to 13 years, Bunch screamed, cried, and fought deputies all the way out of the courtroom door. But she wasn't the only one who got upset.
Guys, I want to tell you something.
Her father in the audience also exploded. However, this courtroom explosion is nothing compared to that of Alan McCarty Jr.
You want to take my kids from me and act like that? Fuck you!
This was systematic, almost torture. I mean, those boys were so badly beaten, and you make them go to the garage and pick out the piece of wood that she would systematically beat them.
You got him in his bed. He didn't have a chance to get his gun. You was the devil in disguise, man. You're a be a loser, and I hope to God you die on that floor in a penitentiary, punk.
So with that said, you're going to be remanded to the Sheriff's Department to fulfill your sentence. You realize that you're never going to get out of prison. You're going to die in prison. You understand that?
Oh, they shot at me. Sir, stand your ground. No retreat. That don't mean where's the evidence? She said she was all that. She said she was. Where's the evidence showing that she was?
This is 19-year-old Javon Woolfork.
I said it was consensual. Consensual? Yes, sir. All right, tell me about the consensual part when you went in the room. It happened before, way before they started fighting. We was all in my room chilling, we was drinking. I had and she wanted some so they left out and it was just me and her in the room. Now I ain't gonna get into all details. So she was snorting powder. She snorted powder. This girl is powder too. I ain't got to rip this girl. She's a powder too.
In 2013, Woolfork and 4 other teenagers lured a 16-year-old girl to a house and brutally beat her before forcing her to get intimate with Woolfork.
5 suspects were accused in this case. All but 1 took a plea deal.
The girl who says he raped her. It was violent and disturbing cell phone video capturing a girl being savagely beaten and dragged through this Hollywood home.
To be honest, it felt like hours.
That girl, who had just turned 16, gave jurors a riveting account of being lured to the house and ambushed.
They kept telling me that I need to have sex with Davon. If I don't have sex with Davon, they're gonna keep hitting me. And I told them to let me out of the home, let me out, let me out. I started feeling punches to my face. Okay. I remember Javon grabbing me by my hair, threw my head against the concrete.
While his accomplices eventually pleaded guilty, Woolfolk, who was the alleged mastermind of the attack, bullishly went to trial.
Well, listen. What evidence do you have for me to take something? All right, so. Where's the DNA at? Where's the sound entry penetration? Where's the so-called video do you have? Where's the evidence? What evidence do you have? Let me know. What evidence do you have? What evidence at?
Ms. Schneider says you gave a statement admitting that you had...
That don't mean where's the evidence? She said she was all that. She said she was where's the evidence showing that she was where's that evidence at?
They don't got it.
I know what I see. I don't really matter what I see.
Woolfolk denied all allegations and repeatedly lashed out at the judge, claiming there was no evidence against him.
No, where is the fact? She said she was held down. Where the was the evidence at? You still avoiding that question.
Alright, so we don't use that.
When police discovered cell phone videos of the attack taken by his co-defendants, Woolfolk completely changed his tone and pleaded with the judge in one last desperate attempt at freedom.
I need you to go help me, please, please, I do not want to go along with this trial with you, please, I'm going to defend my life.
The judge denied his request, and Woolfolk was subsequently convicted for his crimes.
The defendant is guilty of sexual battery with actual use of force likely to cause serious bodily harm as charged in the information.
During sentencing, Woolfolk once again asked for mercy, but the judge showed no sympathy.
I was 19 at the time when it happened. You know, I've been incarcerated for 2 years.
The facts and circumstances here were extremely sick and depraved, and that impression hasn't changed.
In the end, Javon Woolfolk was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Although Javon Woolfolk's pleas felt genuine, what happens when a grieving brother condemns a murderer to death?
You'll be a loser, and that's it. Your whole life, you're gonna be a loser, and I hope to God you die on that floor in a penitentiary, punk.
In August 2022, officers were dispatched to a Michigan home after receiving a call about a shooting.
Jackson 911.
Yes, someone shot up our house or something. I don't know. They both look dead. I don't. There's the front door is shot out, and one's on the ground, and I think the other one's in the living room on the ground.
Okay, so hang on just a minute. Somebody shot your door, and there's somebody laying on the ground.
It looks like it. Yes, it looks like they're dead. I'm not sure. I got there and I freaked out and I left.
What's the address?
Yes, I was just coming home. Yeah, I stay there.
Okay, so does it look like this person that's laying on the ground has been shot?
I can't. He's not moving, and the glass is shut out of the front door. I can't tell. I'm scared. Like, if I was there, they would have shot me too. I wasn't there though. Like,
How long ago did this happen? Do you know, or did you just get home?
It was just like 15 minutes ago. I just left. I'm scared. I'm trying to ask somebody to answer their phone and figure out what to do. I don't know. I'm panicking. So I'm trying to. I don't know. I had no signal. I had to get all the way off off the Raby Road to even get.
Okay, is there just one person laying on the ground?
No, there's two. There's one in the living room on the ground. It's so dark in there. I can't tell. I can't tell.
Police found the bodies of 3 elderly men who had been fatally shot multiple times. The fourth person, 43-year-old Zachary Borton, who lived with the victims, was missing from the scene. All 4 were members of the outlawed motorcycle club Iron Coffins.
Borton was wanted in connection to the deadly shootings of 3 men who were found dead at a home in Grass Lake, southeast of Jackson, Sunday morning. Borton was also wanted in Grand Rapids for assault and shooting a firearm at a building.
Borton was eventually arrested and brought in for questioning, where he claimed that he shot the men in self-defense.
So I shot him twice, or 3 times maybe. He was coming in the door? Yeah, he was coming in the front door. And then he was yelling something like, he was agitated for sure. He had a pistol drawn up. And so I shot him. And then I'm not sure. I think it happened kind of fast in slow motion. At the same time, it was all kind of blurred. So I shot him, and then after I shot he was coming out the back. And so I turned towards him and shot him, or at him rather. I don't know if I hit him the first time because he turned. And when he turned to kind of get away, I kind of ran back towards him.
However, the jury didn't buy it, and Borton was ultimately convicted on 3 counts of first-degree homicide. During sentencing, the brother of one of the victims confronted Borton and tore into him.
You killed my brother. It wasn't self-defense. If there was any kind of self-defense, you would have got up on that stand and went ahead and said something about yourself or something like that, but instead you cowered down. All the part of the United States Army. You think I'd be afraid of you? Other people was? I will take your head off, boy. Blink your eyes. I'm serious. Not 1 shot, not 2 shots, 5 shots, 10 shots. Clips. Just wasted away on my brother. And shaking. He was sleeping. You got him in his bed. He didn't have a chance to get his gun. You ran through that house like a madman wanting to kill people. That was your problem. You was the devil in disguise, man. You're a loser, man. You'll be a loser, and that's it. Your whole life, you're gonna be a loser, and I hope to God you die on that floor in the penitentiary, punk.
Even the judge believed that Borton was a cold-blooded killer and sent him to prison for the rest of his life.
You know, this was a horrible case. I mean, it was a horrible crime. I mean, it occurred in a scenic, nice, peaceful part of the community. You had a .40 caliber handgun. And you know, later on, we learned during the trial that you even talked to the police and said, you know, in that interview at Grand Rapids, you know, you didn't always have a .40 caliber. You kind of traded up guns. And let me tell you, a .40 caliber, you know, handgun is a man-stopper. That's a big gun. 12 citizens, randomly drawn from the community, from all walks of life. They determined that beyond a reasonable doubt, you acted in lawful self-defense. They considered your defense. They rejected it. And what did you do? Oh, well, you got your shooting rampage, and you saw him get up off his bed, and you saw something shiny in his hand, and of course, where are you? You're in a meth rage, and then you just decide to start shooting. And you shot him, and he went down to the floor, and then you saw him move. To me, this is the most significant testimony in the trial. You saw him move. An 80-year-old man that you already hit with a .40 caliber round, and he's moving. So what do? You just hold your weapon, control the situation, see what's going on? Hell no, you went and moved in. You hunted him down. You pumped multiple more rounds into that 80-year-old man, and Mr. Fraley, and that's exactly why the jury convicted you of first-degree murder. You're very familiar with guns, Mr. Borton, and you picked one that certainly was able to finish the job and gun 3 men down in cold blood. And that's what you did, cold-blooded murder. So on count number 3, first-degree murder, the court is going to impose the most significant sentence allowed under Michigan law. Life without the possibility of parole. You're going to go in the front door of the reception and guidance center, all things being equal, they'll take you out in a black bag on the way out. So that's what life without possibility with parole is all about, Mr. Borton. And you'll meet lots of other lifers out there that, you know, engage in the same kind of crime. You don't have to worry about your parole date because there won't be one.
While Zachary Borton didn't even flinch for a moment while getting blasted in court, what happens when a murderer lashes out at the victim's family?
Bro, stop looking at me, bro. Turn around. Bro, I'm not playing. Look at me.
This is 27-year-old Deshaun Boylan, who is facing murder and theft charges in Muskegon Heights, Michigan.
You understand the charge and the potential penalty?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Can you say it again?
You want me to read the charge again?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. On Jefferson near Barney, that you allegedly committed the offense of homicide, open murder. You did murder Jacob Mark Remu.
On June 26, 2014, surveillance footage outside a bar captured Boylan stealing a car from the parking lot. 26-year-old Jacob Rameau saw his brother's car getting stolen and sprang into action. Throwing his jacket aside, he jumped on his motorcycle and sped after the carjacker. Unknown to him, Boylan's accomplice, 31-year-old Robert Gee, pursued Jacob in another car and shot him in the back. causing him to crash his motorcycle in the yard of a homeowner.
What's going on there? Some guy that shut off his motorcycle in my yard. He's laying in your yard? Yeah, he's out. We do have the fire department and the ambulance and the police en route, okay?
Because like I said, his bike was there and he ended up there. So we thought he just lost control and just fell. She was actually talking to him, he wasn't saying anything, he was just laying there. She was talking to him while he was down, and we saw him take his last breath.
Jacob died at the scene of the accident.
He puts his entire head, neck, torso, arm out that window to take aim. He intends to hit that man on the bike with the bullet.
Robert Gee was eventually convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. As for Boylan, his trial got off to an explosive start. During a preliminary hearing, Boylan lashed out at a witness and was promptly removed from the courtroom. Later, as his hearing came to an end, Boylan abruptly stood up, started pacing in the courtroom, and then exchanged words with the victim's family.
Bro, stop looking at me, bro. Bro, I'm not playing. Look at me. Hey. Oh, what? Why? I'm on the picture, bro. Hey.
Ultimately, Deshaun Boylan was found guilty of first-degree murder and perpetration of a larceny. He was sentenced to life in prison without any chance of parole. While Deshaun Boylan disrespected his victim's family in court, what happens when a dangerous gangster flips out at a judge? In the case of Akeem Artis, Deshaun Austin, and Travis Scott, 3 Hoolies gang members who were facing multiple murder charges in Brooklyn, New York.
We don't need to show this no mercy. You left me to tell his mother, who adored her son, he was dead.
In December 2018, 35-year-old Tyreen Walker was walking home when he was gunned down by Hoolie leader Travis Scott. Then, in March 2020, a 26-year-old rival gang member was shot dead by Deshaun Austin outside a strip club. 4 months later, Austin was involved in another shooting near a playground, which took the life of a baby. 1-year-old Devell Gardner was hit by a stray bullet after Austin and fellow gang member Akeem Artis opened fire several times at a rival gang.
Video shows Austin and a second shooter firing multiple rounds into the playground. Bullets hit 4 people, including the 1-year-old.
He stands before this court with the blood of 5 people on his hands. He's the one who had a gun and walked up to a playground where people were grilling, sitting next to a stroller, playing with their relatives, and he fired shot after shot after shot.
All 3 were eventually rounded up, charged, and ultimately convicted of the murders. During sentencing, the gangbangers showed no remorse as Deshaun Austin ignored the victim's family and looked straight ahead, offering no apology.
This coward took the life of my son March 3rd of 2020, which was not enough blood for him. He continued and then took the life of a 1-year-old baby.
Travis Scott stared straight at Tyreen Walker's family, who didn't hold back during their victim impact statement.
You got out the car to shoot my husband. You should have took that ride home to your own kids. You had me tell my baby in the morning on her birthday Tyree was dead.
As for Akeem Artis, he seemed amused by the whole situation and grinned throughout the proceedings. But after learning his fate, Artis lashed out at the judge while being hauled away to prison.
Until he was given 40 years to life. And then, as he was hauled away, disrespected the judge.
In the end, Deshaun Austin was sentenced to 50 years to life, while both Travis Scott and Akeem Artis received 40 years to life in prison. While Deshaun, Akeem, and Travis embody street violence, the case of David Adam Pate embodies pure evil.
They say God is a bitch. God.
24-year-old David Adam Pate, who was facing murder charges in Lancaster, South Carolina.
You understand that murder carries a minimum sentence of 30 years and up to life. I ask you again, how do you wish to plead, guilty or not guilty to murder?
In October 2013, Pate lured his friend, 33-year-old Ricky James, into the woods and brutally stabbed him multiple times with a butcher's knife.
Right there. And just hard I push in. It's good. It's gone. Get the arms slinging around. Just try to start. But I don't know the bad here comes in handbacks. In the here or in the on the back to the head. I couldn't put the ball in it. You ever put him in the chest? All right, maybe.
Pate later confessed that he was too tired and drunk to dispose of Ricky's body and decided to dump it there for the local children to find.
But like I said, I tried to pick him up, tried to drag him, I couldn't carry him around, grab his feet, try to drag him, I couldn't. I pulled his loop and I was so tired. But I've been drinking, you dehydration, so I'm just helping up on my doing all the drugs. But I just laying there, I pushed him off the side a little bit. I tried to pull it. I pulled him as much as I could. I couldn't pull him on, not how far home. I pulled him, I couldn't do it more. I took that gun shoes off and put them to the side to the next corner. The next one, I went back down there just to see if I could him up pretty good. And I took his pants, cleaned up, because the was possible, all trail around the trail. Kind of white and looked real good.
Pate's disturbing mugshot revealed a surgically split tongue and several face and neck tattoos linking him to the street gang Gangster Disciples.
Gangster Disciples. Gangster Disciples.
Gangster Disciples are a violent gang with a long history of lawlessness here in the United States. According to a federal indictment filed last month, originated in Chicago, they've spread to more than 24 states.
A year later, Pate pleaded guilty to the murder and was now in court to learn his fate.
You understand what you're charged with?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that murder carries a minimum sentence of 30 years and up to life.
Both the prosecutor and the detective who interrogated Pate recommended a life sentence.
As stated, he says he'd like to do it again and enjoyed what he did. Life's the only thing that makes sense here to us. I can't explain what we just heard. Right? Even from that day, watching it again, from sitting across from him, it's you just can't explain it.
This is an evil person standing before you. And if anybody ever deserved life in prison, it's David.
Then, Ricky's two brothers took the stand and directly confronted his killer. For one of them, the situation became too unbearable.
My brother was, as the solicitor gave me the review of what was going on in the case, he said, I killed him because he came in the woods with me. And why would somebody want to talk to me look like this? But my brother was the type of person who had no strings with nobody. Like, everybody treated fairly, man. His only weakness was that he's drunk. And when he started to drink, he started to trust people too much. But besides that, he was a good guy. And I hope that you give him all you get. Like, just let him suffer. And I'm just coming from behind in SCPC, and he gonna suffer back there. And I just hope he knows he's gonna suffer back there.
Assassinate my brother for no reason. He admitted. He admitted. People like that live on earth. People like this. Devils, man. You die, man. You're gonna suffer. You're gonna suffer. Because they say God is a vengeance. And vengeful God, boy.
Thank you, Judge.
Before imposing sentence, Judge Dan Hall had a few words for the defendant.
It appears that this murder, even yet, seems to be completely senseless, remorseless, emotionless. There is a benefit to the defendant and that he's still living. There is, whoever he is, as long as he's breathing, there's still some hope for him. Since the court is that you own indictment 2014 GS 29221, State versus David Allen Pate, having pled guilty to murder. Since the court is he be committed to State Department of Corrections for a determined term of life. Thank you.
His only reaction, a smile and a nod of approval. Ultimately, David Pate was sent to prison for life for the gruesome murder of Ricky James. While David Pate was all smiles at the prospect of spending the rest of his life in jail, what happens when a killer shows no emotion when confronted by his victim's family?
This sick, twisted, and evil coward showed no regard for Laken or human life.
This is 26-year-old Jose Ibarra, who is facing multiple charges, including murder in Athens, Georgia. On February 22nd, 2024, Ibarra, an illegal immigrant from Venezuela, went on what the authorities called a hunt for women at the University of Georgia apartment complex, sneaking and trying to break into student flats in search of a victim.
It shows the man going to the door of a student apartment. Then he goes to the back of the building to peep inside the ground level bedrooms. After a full hour of going back and forth, he can be seen skulking around a bus stop near the jogging trail.
Later that day, nursing student Laken Riley would cross paths with this predator while out on a jog. It was the last time anyone would see her alive.
There's Laken Riley running by the same location. It's the last known video of her alive. The timestamp shows 9:06 a.m. 5 minutes later, she was attacked.
Shortly after, police found Riley's body near a lake. She had suffered a cracked skull and was choked to death. Following investigations, police tracked Ibarra to his house the next day. His body showed clear signs of defensive wounds, as there were multiple scratches and bruises on his arms and face, which later matched with DNA evidence found under Riley's fingernails.
Watch this newly released body camera video in court. The police are seen waking up 26-year-old Jose Ibarra and questioning him about the murder in the jogging trails near his apartment. The officers are seen asking him about scratches and bruises on his arms and face.
I asked him, I have a question, why, and then I point to my left knuckle, why is this red? He responds by saying that because of the cold. I asked what happened there, and he said that he had a scratch, but he didn't exactly explain from where or how. What happened there? First he says, I don't have anything there, there's nothing there, and then he starts pointing at it again, saying that, oh, it's just a scratch.
So when he said that there was nothing there, could you see something there?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
What could you see?
It looked like I don't exactly know the time, but I could see there was still a little bit of pus in it. Pus? So it didn't look very old. But I could see that there was a scratch on his wrist.
Ibarra was also caught on surveillance cameras dumping a jacket that had Riley's hair on it. With overwhelming evidence against him, Ibarra waived his right to a jury trial, meaning it was now up to the judge to decide his fate.
Count 1, malice murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 2, felony murder. I find the defendant guilty. I sentence you to life without the possibility of parole.
Jose Ibarra showed zero emotion as the judge found him guilty on all counts and sentenced him to life in prison without parole. While Jose Ibarra's stone-cold face showed no signs of regret, what happens when a junkie killer is deemed the most dangerous man ever by the prosecutor?
When it comes to the sentencing of somebody who is as dangerous as Lance Bronco, I'm not sure in 42 years I've encountered somebody as dangerous.
This is 23-year-old Lance Broncho, an Idaho man who was on trial for several charges, including home invasion and murder.
Count 1, murder with a part 1. Count 2, aggravated battery with use of a deadly weapon or instrument with a part 1 also. Count 3, robbery. Count 4, burglary. And count 5, unlawful possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
On March 9th, 2024, Broncho broke into the Idaho Falls home of 51-year-old Eric Leask and fatally shot him. Leask's son was also injured in the shooting. According to reports, Broncho was looking to steal drugs and had mistakenly broken into the wrong house. Broncho was already on a federal supervised release and had an active warrant for several previous assault cases. Broncho had initially pleaded not guilty, but since Idaho is a death row state, He ended up taking a plea deal in exchange for removing the death penalty off the table.
In exchange for your guilty pleas, the state of Idaho agreed to dismiss the remaining charges. The state also agreed it would not seek the death penalty as a sentence recommendation, and that they would recommend a specific sentence, a unified sentence of life with no more than 35 years as a determinate sentence.
At his sentencing, Broncho's defense attorney argued for the minimum sentence, claiming his client had severe mental health issues and had spent most of his childhood in the juvenile prison system.
It's clear from the records, both the pre-sentence investigation report and the psychological assessment, that my client has had a tough time. He's had a rough life, it is fair to say. His juvenile history started even before he became a teenager. Mental health diagnoses started at a young age. His incarceration started when he was 13. Still today, he has a good attitude of hoping that he can make this right, hoping he can make it right with society so that someday he can be out again to show that he can be responsible. He has a mental health history, PTSD. The reports talk about that trauma that he suffered as a child.
However, the prosecutor insisted that the defendant could not be rehabilitated, and that Broncho was the most dangerous person he had ever seen.
The decision that's made today isn't about protecting the community today. By the time that the eligibility rolls around, many in this room will be dead. We have babies being born today that will be reliant upon the decision today for protection. They'll be adults with their own children. And that's the kind of gravity we have when it comes to the sentencing of somebody who is as dangerous as Lance Bronco. I'm not sure in 42 years I've encountered somebody as dangerous. And that's the nature of what is put before this court today. There is no reasonable expectation that he will demonstrate a reduction of risk for continued violence.
Before learning his fate, Broncho was given one last chance to plead his case. However, it was too little, too late.
You want to make a statement directly to me?
The only thing I want to say is I accept responsibility for whatever you do.
All right. With all of that being said, Mr. Bronco, it is the judgment of this court that you be sentenced to the custody of the State of Idaho Department of Corrections as follows. Count 1, murder 1, for a minimum determinate period of time of 35 years with an indeterminate period of time of life. For count 2, aggravated battery, that you be sentenced to a minimum determinate period of time of 10 years followed by a 5-year indeterminate period of time.
Ultimately, Lance Broncho was sentenced to 35 years to life in prison for the first-degree murder of Eric Leask. While Lance Broncho showed no genuine remorse for his actions, happens when a notorious gang member attempts a brazen and violent prison escape.
The men escaped police after Umphenauer shot and injured 2 Idaho Department of Correction officers in the Boise St. Alphonsus ambulance bay early Wednesday morning.
This is Skylar Mead, a member of the white supremacy prison gang Aryan Knights, who was facing several charges in Twin Falls, Idaho. In March 2024, Mead, who was already serving a 20-year prison sentence for shooting a police officer, was being transferred to a hospital to receive medical treatment for several self-inflicted wounds when, suddenly, his accomplice, 29-year-old Nicholas Umphenauer, opened fire on the corrections officers and helped Mead escape. Then, while on the run, the duo murdered 2 elderly men in their early 80s, one of whom had given shelter to the escaped convicts.
We did find the shackles at the scene of one of the homicides.
This was a planned event, and we're channeling every resource we have into trying to understand exactly how they went about planning it.
A massive manhunt was launched, and the 2 fugitives were finally captured without further incident.
There was an immense collaboration and cooperation all across the state to come to this conclusion.
There was a short vehicle pursuit, and both suspects were taken into custody separately. There were no shots fired or extensive use of force in this operation.
We were watching a house and where we suspected he might be, and we ended up following a vehicle away from that house and determined that Mr. Mead was in the car. and then we pursued that vehicle into Twin Falls from the Filer area, and eventually took them into custody in Twin Falls.
Eventually, Nicholas Umfenauer was charged with helping an inmate escape and shooting a police officer and was sentenced to life in prison.
To the charge of murder in the first degree, are you prepared to enter a plea at this time, or do you wish to have a delay in that plea?
Your Honor, he intends to stand silent.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Meade will serve a life sentence for his prison escape in Ada County.
Skylar Meade was also sentenced to life in prison for his violent escape from custody. While Skylar Meade's daring prison escape was the stuff of legends, how does it compare to laughing at the face of a death sentence?
Pedro Espinosa to the California State Prison at San Quentin and to deliver him into the custody of the warden of said prison. The defendant intentionally killed Jamil Shaw II.
This is 19-year-old Pedro Espinosa, who was accused of murdering a teenager in a gang-related shooting in Los Angeles, California. In March 2008, 17-year-old high school football player Jamil Shaw was walking home when he was fatally shot and executed by Espinosa.
He was on the phone talking to his girlfriend as he was walking down the street, and she heard the guy walk up to him and they asked him, "What set you from?" Or like, "What gang you from?" He didn't answer, and they shot him. He's not a gangbanger. He doesn't gangbang. He doesn't do none of that. He's a good kid.
Espinosa was a member of the 18th Street Gang and mistook Jamil for a rival gang member because he was carrying a red backpack. Espinosa, who was released from prison just a day earlier, was arrested and charged with first-degree murder.
That night, when Pedro came to talk to you, did he mention anything about a football player?
No, sir.
Did he mention anything about what was on the news?
No, sir.
When you talked to the police, did you tell them, in fact, that Pedro talked to you that night, March the 2nd, about a football player that was killed, as shown on the news?
No, sir.
In fact, did you tell the detectives that Pedro told you that night that he did it?
I did say that, sir, but I did it for a reason.
But you did say that?
I did say that. But not literally because of the news thing. I said it because they were threatening me. They were threatening me, talking about it. That I killed a person, that I was involved with it, and that I was going to face like 20 plus years in the feds in the state penitentiary.
Didn't you make that statement?
I did see it on TV way before everything started. I heard about it even before before the police even came to my house. So I already knew what had happened to that student.
Because they were covering it on the news.
Yes, sir.
And that's when Pedro came home and told you that he did it.
He never told me nothing.
He did come home that night?
I can't say, sir. I don't remember. Because I had heard that the kid, he belonged to a blood gang. I don't know, different gang, blood gang, so.
Did you know who the victim was personally?
No, sir, but I used to see him around school.
And a moment ago, you said that all you knew was the victim was the blood, but then you told the detectives he was from Rolling 20s. Isn't that because that's what Pedro told you?
No, sir.
Didn't Pedro use the term for a 20s gang member called a Twinkie?
I said that, sir.
Well, what does that mean? Who called Rolling 20s Twinkies?
I called them. I called them. Everybody called them.
18th Street gang members call them Twinkies?
Everybody does.
Didn't you tell the police that Pedro told you, "I killed the Twinkie" that night when you were watching it on the news?
I did tell the police, but I never told them I seen it on TV. That was all a lie. That was just like a story I made up.
Didn't you say during that same interview that he did it with a gun?
That was the same thing I said earlier.
And did you say specifically, "He just told me he killed him"? Didn't you say that?
I did say that.
During sentencing, Jamil's uncle took the stand and called Espinosa a coward and a cold-blooded killer.
The days when I was growing up, it was basically you use your fists. You don't just go and kill somebody cold blood. It's the coward's way out.
The defendant, however, showed no remorse. Instead, he smiled and smirked at the judge as he imposed sentence.
It is the judgment and sentence of this court that for the crime of murder,
in the first degree. The defendant, Pedro Espinosa, shall be put to death within the walls of the California State Prison at San Quentin. A court further imposes a consecutive sentence of 25 years to life. The defendant is ordered remanded to the custody of the Sheriff of Los Angeles County without bail to be delivered by him to the warden of the California prison at San Quentin for the execution of this death sentence. The defendant is to be held in custody by the warden pending the final determination of the defendant's automatic appeal to the California Supreme Court.
Ultimately, Pedro Espinosa was given the death penalty for the shooting death of Jamil Shaw.
This death sentence shall be executed upon the final determination of the appeal, the affirmation of this judgment, and the issuance of a warrant of execution by this court. Therefore, you, the warden of the California State Prison at San Quentin, are hereby commanded to receive Pedro Espinosa and to hold him in your custody pending the decision on this cause on appeal.
While Pedro Espinosa was all smiles after being sent to death row, what happens when the Army raids a gang hideout?
Anyone inside 161 Messer Street? This is the state police. Come out with your hands up. Do it now. Come out with your hands up right now.
This is 30-year-old Joseph Lancia, the president of the Hells Angels biker gang, who was accused of a broad daylight shooting in Providence, Rhode Island. In 2019, Lancia shot at a truck passing the front of the Hells Angels clubhouse. The driver of the truck, Richard Starnino, was once a prospect to join the gang and had an ongoing dispute with Lancia.
State police say in June 2019, Lancia fired a gun at this truck as it drove by the Hells Angels headquarters. It was driven by Richard Starnino, who investigators have said was a prospect for the biker club but got into a beef with Lancia.
Their headquarters located on Messer Street in Providence. Eyewitness News has learned Lancia has been in trouble before.
No one was injured in the incident, but the situation could have been far worse.
This is the state police. Come out with your hands up. Do it now.
They were clearly inside the dwelling. We clearly announced ourselves. They clearly did not respond to our announcements. Upon breaching the door and announcing again, they did come out.
The incident led to a massive raid at the clubhouse.
Anyone inside 161 Messer Street? This is the state police. Come out with your hands up. Do it now. Come out with your hands up right now.
Some gang members were taken into custody. Lancia, too, was arrested. However, as part of a plea agreement, the more severe charges of attempted murder were dropped, and Lancia instead pleaded no contest to felony assault and battery.
Target 12 was on scene when a man and a woman were taken into custody. Amber Gill and Howard Pollitt were charged with obstruction and resisting arrest. With about a dozen full-patch members of the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club in the courtroom on hand, 30-year-old Joseph Lancia changed his plea from not guilty to no contest.
At Lancia's sentencing, several members of Hells Angels came in full support of their president.
Is there anything that you would like to say, sir?
Nothing.
Lancia refused to speak, but the judge had a few stern words for the defendant.
Should you not appear in a timely manner, and I'm talking 5 minutes late, or if there are any violations of your release, there is a no contact order for the protection of Richard Starnino for the duration of 8 years.
Joseph Lancia was ultimately sentenced to 5 years in prison, plus 10 years of probation. He was released early from prison on the condition that he had no contact with Hells Angels or other felons. Lancia was sent back to prison after an undercover operation caught the former president attending the funeral of mob boss Eddie Leto.
This is undercover video of former Hells Angels president Joseph Lancia at the wake of New England crime family underboss Eddie Leto in Providence last week. Days after the wake, the Rhode Island State Police took Lancia into custody and sent him back to the state prison.
While Joseph Lancia's mindless actions led to the downfall of his gang, what happens when a ruthless killer explodes at the jury?
I'll see you all in hell. Remember that. Every one of you, I'll see you in hell.
This is Caius Vaiovis, a man with 6 horns surgically implanted on his forehead, who was on trial for multiple murders in Springfield, Massachusetts.
Third man accused in a horrific triple murder that rocked Berkshire County. Investigators say Caius Vaiovis and 2 other men kidnapped, tortured, and dismembered the victims 3 years ago.
On August 24th, 2011, Vaiovis partnered with Hells Angels member Adam Lee Hall and David Chalu to kidnap and brutally murder 3 men who were potential witnesses in Hall's ongoing trial.
The 3 men are accused in the August 2011 murder of David Glasser, Edward Frampton, and Robert Chadwell. The 3 men were last seen alive in their Pittsfield home. Prosecutors say that Glasser was killed so he could not testify against Hall in a court case. Hall is a member of the Hells Angels. The other victims were killed to eliminate witnesses.
They drove them to a remote location in Berkshire County, and there, they killed them by cutting, stabbing, and shooting them, and then cut up their bodies, severing their heads, their arms, and their legs.
Vaiovis was looking for a way in to join the Hells Angels faction and decided to help out with the murders as a favor.
He had a motive for helping Adam Hall get rid of David Glasser, and that was because the defendant was interested in joining the Hells Angels.
10 days later, police found the dismembered bodies of David Glasser, Edward Frampton, and Robert Chadwell buried in the ground. Both Hall and Chalu were convicted of the murders and were sentenced to life in prison without parole.
Prosecutors said the motive was to keep one of the victims from testifying in an unrelated case against one of Vaiovis' accomplices, Adam Lee Hall. The other 2 men were killed to eliminate any witnesses. Berkshire County's district attorney had already sent the other 2 men involved, Hall and David Chalu, to prison for life.
Now, when the time came for Vaiovis' verdict, things got a little out of hand. Vaiovis shouted and cursed at the jurors.
Yeah, I'll see you all in hell, too. You remember that. Every one of you, I'll see you in hell.
Then, at his sentencing, Vaiovis made one last attempt to plead his case.
When I was first arrested, the police made it clear to me that they did not actually believe I had anything to do with the disappearance and murder of these men, but that they did believe I possessed some knowledge that would greatly assist in their investigation. The threats and the promises were instantaneous, and was their expressed intent to squeeze on me. My hand was not in this, and I will not let this man sell me my own hide at the price of my integrity, that I'd rather spend the rest of my life in prison. Let me make this clear one more time before I sit down. My hand was not in this, all right? My hand wasn't in this. But if anybody thinks I'm going to hang my head today and beg for mercy, the justice deluded in their thinking is that the jury of my peers who convicted me of this. So, Your Honor, take your other stand and do from the beginning. Justice was not served. I'm an innocent man. You condemn an innocent man, and I will appeal this.
In the end, Caius Vaiovis was sentenced to life in prison with no hope of parole for the gruesome triple murder.
As to each of the 3 counts of murder, impose a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole.
While Caius Vaiovis' dreams of joining a gang ended with imprisonment, what happens when violent gang members target an innocent person? This is Jonaki Martinez Estrella, one of 5 members of the Trinitarios gang who was facing murder charges in New York City. On June 20th, 2018, Estrella, along with Manuel Rivera, Elvin Garcia, Jose Muniz, and Antonio Santiago, brutally murdered 15-year-old Bronx teenager Lisandro Guzman Feliz. The gangsters mistook Lisandro for a rival gang member and chased him into a shop near his home, eventually cornering him to a nearby bodega. CCTV footage from inside the shop shows a desperate Lisandro seeking refuge and trying to hide behind a counter. But he was spotted by one of the gang members. A scuffle ensued and Lisandro was dragged out of the bodega. What happened next shocked the entire city of New York. Armed with large knives and machetes, the 5 took turns brutally stabbing the teenager. then fled away in getaway cars. After the attack, a severely injured Lisandro managed to enter the shop but was sent away. Outside and fading fast, he gestured towards onlookers to call 911. Then he started running towards St. Barnabas Hospital, which was just 1 block away, before collapsing at the entrance. Passers-by desperately tried to save Lisandro. However, 2 police officers just stood by watching the scene. They were later investigated for failing to help. Just 20 minutes later, Lisandro passed away as a result of a fatal stab wound to his neck. Police soon got hold of the CCTV footage and arrested the 5 suspects, charging them with first-degree murder.
Police have arrested the 5 suspects accused in the murder of this teenager in the Bronx.
At their trial, a 6th member of the Trinitarios gang, Kevin Alvarez, testified against the 5 murderers.
Kevin Alvarez's arrest, he's testifying in court against 5 of his fellow alleged Trinitarios gang members.
Alvarez, who had helped drag Lisandro out of the bodega, identified the suspects in exchange for lesser time served for conspiracy charges. Eventually, the jury convicted the 5 gang members for the brutal murder of Lisandro Guzman Feliz. At their sentencing, the killers showed no signs of remorse. Instead, they waved gang signs and shouted gang slogans. Yonaiki Estrella, who delivered the fatal blow, was sentenced to life without parole. Jose Munez, Elvin Garcia, and Antonio Santiago each received 25 years to life, while Manuel Rivera was sentenced to 23 years to life in prison. Lisandro Guzman Feliz lost his life for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. What happens when a minor becomes a ruthless killer? This is Russell Burrell, who is facing multiple robbery and murder charges in Providence, Rhode Island. In July 2012, Burrell was just 16 when he and 3 others broke into a home and fatally shot Shamika Barros, Michael Martin, and Damian Colon during an attempted robbery.
Bullets fired by Russell Burrell struck and killed both Michael Martin and Damian Colon. As Russell Burrell was firing at Mr. Martin and Mr. Colon in the kitchen, Shamika Barros woke up from the couch in the living room.
Burrell, who allegedly pulled the trigger multiple times that night, eventually pleaded guilty to the murders. In court, the prosecutor said the robbery was meticulously planned and that the group had specifically targeted one of the victims.
There was a discussion among all of them about the fact that Michael Martin was soft. That is, that those present thought that Mr. Martin would be an easy target for a robbery. The group discussed the fact that Mr. Martin would likely have marijuana and money at the apartment.
Ultimately, Russell Burrell was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms in prison for planning and plotting 3 murders. While Russell Burrell will spend all of his adult life in prison, what happens when a judge condemns a murderer in court?
You, sir, are a cold-blooded murderer. This is an intentional crime, and you are a danger to society.
This is Brandon Ortiz Vite, an illegal immigrant from Mexico who was accused of murdering his girlfriend in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Undocumented immigrant Brandon Ortiz Vite walks into court to hear his punishment for killing Grand Rapids resident Ruby Garcia.
On March 22nd, 2024, Brandon and his girlfriend, 25-year-old Ruby Garcia, were driving around in a car when the two got into an argument. In the heat of the moment, Brandon shot Garcia 4 times with his handgun and dumped her body on the side of the road.
You started shooting when you were in the car, and then you took her out of the car, put the gun to her head, and pulled the trigger and shot her again.
2 days later, Brandon called the authorities and turned himself in.
Hello, I'm at a church right here on Blue Star Highway. I'm calling because I want to turn myself in for a murder that I committed 2 nights ago.
Eventually, Brandon took a plea deal, and now he was in court to learn his fate.
The actions I took on the night of March 22nd do not define who my people are. I apologize with the utmost respect to all immigrants from all walks of life.
Brandon accepted responsibility for his actions and apologized to the victim's family and also to his Mexican community.
I know that right now my words hold little, if any, value to the Garcia family, which is understandable. As a man, I stand before you humbly, full of guilt and shame. I want to apologize to my community my Latino, Hispanic, Mexican community. I am a proud Mexican national whose actions have brought great shame and dishonor to our people who come to the United States in search for a better living, a dream that I have taken for granted, which has filled my heart with shame.
However, the judge showed him no mercy.
You, sir, are a cold-blooded murderer. This is an intentional crime, and you are a danger to society. This young lady was shot several times, and then you put the gun right to her head and pulled the trigger. There is just no reason for this, no justification, no excuse whatsoever.
Ultimately, Brandon Ortiz Vite was sentenced to 39 years to 100 years in prison for the tragic murder of Ruby Garcia. While Brandon Ortiz Vite was remorseful for his actions, what happens when a stone-cold murderer comes face-to-face with a grieving mother? This is Sean Brown, a reputed gangbanger who was accused of murdering a promising young teenager in New York. On October 26, 2019, Brown opened fire at a basketball court in Queens and gunned down 14-year-old Amir Griffin, who was out honing his skills. Brown mistook the high school basketball player for a rival gang member and shot him multiple times. After a long and arduous investigation that lasted over 2 years, Brown was finally arrested and charged with Amir's murder. Brown eventually took a plea deal and was now in court, coming face-to-face with the victim's mother. However, Brown showed no emotion and stood stone-faced during most of the impact statement. Instead, he tried to delay proceedings by attempting to withdraw his plea deal at the last moment.
I thought we made a plea deal was going to probably go talk with another lawyer.
But the judge was having none of it.
This is the second time that I do have attempted to say, well, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that, and I'm not going to allow it.
You just ruined your life, and your life could have been a lot better than it is now. You could have done so much more with it, but it's going to hit you that, you know what, I really did mess up.
Ultimately, Sean Brown was sentenced to 30 years in prison for the senseless murder of Amir Griffin.
That's me. And this crowd surf all started with a hockey bet with Proline Plus. Our picks are in, we're out watching the game when we decide...
On Prime Crime.
What did you just say?
That's what you were researching, correct?
Say it again?
Teen porn videos.
You're out your mind. Show me the teen you just said. You want to pay me some kind of child molester? Show me. What? Show me.
I'm a grown man with grown kids. Ain't nobody gonna talk to me like that. Nobody.
No, I've already apologized to the parents over and over again. I don't apologize to you. Don't apologize to you.
The outcome of a case often hinges on critical moments in the courtroom. How many instances of perjury do you think you have committed during your testimony in this trial?
I lied about several times.
Creating some truly heartbreaking moments.
I feel like I don't deserve the chance to be with my family and friends. I never wanted to take an innocent person's life.
And some shocking ones, too.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat looking through Karen Reed's phone?
No news so far.
No news so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
Hey there, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber. On Prime Crime, we have covered numerous trials that show the courtroom battle between the prosecution and the defense, right? Today's episode, a little bit different. We're going to take it a step further. We are going to dive into some of the most intense and unforgettable dramatic moments that we have ever seen. These moments reveal the strategic moves, the gamble of taking the stand, and the raw emotion that often unfold in the courtroom. So we're going to kick it off with the defendant, who chronicled the rise and fall of his marriage on social media, but in real life, it was his wife, her friend, and his own young daughter who paid the price.
All right, so what do you call yourself, tough guy, huh? ¿Cómo se llama?
Antonio Montana. And you? What you call yourself?
May 2024, San Diego, California. This is Ali Abulaban. He's a TikTok star on trial for the murders of his wife Anna and her friend Rayburn Barron. But in this courtroom, the battle between prosecution and defense is not simply about his guilt or innocence.
Ali ran down the hallway. This was captured on a Nest video. He still has the audio recording on, so you can hear him running with the phone in his pocket. Then you hear him using the key card to enter the apartment. You hear the door open, and then you hear Anna scream. 1 second after Ali entered the apartment, he racked his gun, and you hear a clink as if a bullet fell to the ground, and then Ali fired the first shot. Then he's walking towards the living room. He racks his gun again. He fired 4 more shots. They're about 1 second apart. He killed Ray first.
And he shoots him twice in the head and once in the throat. Meanwhile, there's Anna, just terrified.
And then he stood in front of Anna. He racked his gun again.
And she screams. And he turns to Anna and he shoots her in the forehead. He has taken pictures of the bodies of his wife and her friend Ray. He's also recorded the whole thing.
You could hear it where he is in the hallways of the apartment where he's telling his mother, I killed her, I killed her.
That was the defendant executing Anna and Ray. Cold, calculated murders. The defendant was jealous, controlling, and violent during their relationship. And Anna finally left him and was moving on. But the defendant couldn't take it. If he couldn't have Anna, no one could.
So the prosecution was very confident because they felt they were going to be able to prove that Ali did premeditate this crime.
And you are going to hear the defendant saying that he wanted to kill another man that Anna was with, and that he would go to jail if he found her with another man. You will hear overwhelming evidence that the defendant intended to murder Anna and Ray. And at the end of this trial, I will ask that you find the defendant guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder.
Is that heat of passion, or was it premeditated? It could be that he was honestly curious as to whether or not she was cheating on him like he believed she was doing. And then when he heard it, it just sent him into a tailspin.
The defense's ultimate goal is to paint a picture that this is either a heat of passion or heat of the moment. That would be the strategy here to get something reduced from first degree to second degree or voluntary manslaughter.
Ali was driven to the brink. It was the perfect storm. He was so completely overcome by the months of torture and heartache and pain that he reacted without thought, without judgment, and without malice. Ali shot Ray and Anna in the heat of passion.
You can't say that it's heat of passion when you're the one who walked into an apartment you weren't supposed to be in with a loaded gun and you fire immediately upon entering.
As part of the defense's strategy, Ali Abulaban takes the stand.
And you guys have a history at this point of trying to get under each other's skins.
Yes, and one of the things when I'm under the effects of cocaine, I become really impulsive and I don't think before I speak. And I say very mean things. I don't recognize how much of an impact it is.
He takes the stand for 3 days in his own defense, which is not something many defense attorneys would recommend, but they were trying to prove here in this case this heat of passion. So they possibly believed he needed to take the stand to explain how he was feeling in that moment.
What happened next?
I snapped. I rolled on top of Anna and I began punching her.
Where did you punch her?
In her face.
Do you have any idea how many times you punched her?
3 times.
And then what happened?
I got off of Anna. Anna was crying and I was like, I'm so sorry. And I'm apologizing profusely because it's not something I ever want to do. It's not something, I mean, it's disgusting to me. And I was just very impulsive.
When Ali was on direct exam, he was calm. He told his story. Obviously, a lot of that was rehearsed. But when I was confronting him with certain bad facts on cross-examination, he had some outbursts.
You heard that word respect, correct?
I didn't hear anything.
Right. Before you shot Anna, you told her, essentially, that she wasn't respecting you, correct?
That is false.
That is not a female voice saying respect, correct?
That is not, there's nobody saying respect in there.
That is not Ray saying respect because he's already dead, correct?
I do not know the status of Ray, but there's nobody saying respect in that audio.
That's what you said to Anna, and then you killed her.
I did not say that.
He would curse at me. He would ask me questions. Ali was ultimately trying to be very controlling of me while I was conducting my cross-examination.
You shot her because she had disrespected you and was with Ray, correct?
No.
Right after you shot Anna in the head, you pushed her head down into Ray's lap, right?
Oh, good. I'm not going to tolerate this.
The jury just was able to see who he really was as the violent and controlling person that Anna had always described him as.
Next, the prosecution zeroes in on Abulaban's web searches, unleashing a fresh batch of courtroom fireworks.
So you were looking up trash cans because you wanted to hide some bodies, correct?
I'm sorry. You're out of your mind.
On October 18th, you were also researching teen porn videos, correct?
What? What did you just say?
That's what you were researching, correct?
Say it again?
Teen porn videos.
You're out your mind. Show me the teen you just said. You want to paint me as some kind of child molester? Show me show me. What you just said. I've never seen that in the discovery. I've been incarcerated 3 years. You never showed that to my team. Where did you get that?
It's in your phone.
After about a month of gripping testimony from experts, loved ones, and close friends, and a deep dive into cell phone data, social media posts, and chilling surveillance footage, the trial barrels towards its dramatic conclusion, closing arguments, and a verdict.
The defendant felt disrespected by Anna and Ray. So he executed a plan, and then he executed them. And their families cannot see them anymore. because the defendant was so possessive and controlling of Anna that if he could not have her, no one could.
It's almost like this person is a possession of mine. It's a matter of ownership. Somebody is trying to take something that belongs to me, and that is intolerable to me.
He murdered Anna and Ray in cold blood, and he is guilty. And I ask that you find him guilty of both counts of first-degree murder. Thank you.
The defense had an insurmountable hill to climb in this case in many, many respects.
Ali Boulaban is not a murderer. Yes, he killed Anna, the woman he loved, the mother of his beautiful daughter, Amira, and he killed Ray, a man with whom Anna was having an affair. And he cannot undo what he has done, but he did not murder them. I am asking you to hold Ali responsible, but only responsible for what he did. This was a crime of passion. He reacted to the provocation that he was experiencing. He is not guilty of first-degree murder. He is not guilty of second-degree murder. Find him guilty of 2 counts of voluntary manslaughter.
So the jury was tasked with determining whether or not Ali was guilty of first-degree murder, and if not first, then was it second-degree, and if not second-degree, then was it voluntary manslaughter?
Normally, a trial ends when the jury delivers their verdict, but in this case, the chaos didn't stop there.
And so it's perfectly reasonable for me to ask those questions.
Yeah, you.
All right, let me make something clear right now. If there is any disturbance, you will be put outside.
Real quick, talking crime, if you're a homeowner, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is the target. This is a real thing. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, they use a fake notary stamp, they pay a small fee with your county, and just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. Then they take out loans using your equity or even sell your property, and you won't even know what's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice. So when's the last time you checked your home title? If your answer is never, you need to do something about it right now. That is why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code PrimeCrime at HomeTitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud does happen, they will spend up to $1 million to fix it. Go to HomeTitleLock.com, use promo code PrimeCrime. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code PrimeCrime.
Hi, it's Michelle Milet. Okay, real talk for a sec. If you're going to be playing online, you gotta trust who you're playing with. On casino days, people do excellent on Trustpilot. 4.5 stars, easy withdrawals, customer service that actually shows up, and thousands of games. Not 10, not 20, thousands. And I know you're worried about this, but honestly, the app is super smooth as well. It also has 4.5 stars on the Apple App Store. Easy to use and packed with options. So yeah, trust matters, and this one's earned it.
Why do so many people trust iHerb for their health and wellness products? Simple. We guarantee freshness. Buy direct from manufacturers and ship fast to
.com, use promo code PrimeCrime. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code PrimeCrime.
We, the jury in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Ali Nasser Aboulaban, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. Silence. Of Rayburn Cardenas Baran. We, the jury in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Ali Nasser Aboulaban, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. Quiet, Anna Aboulaban.
Before Ali Aboulaban is officially sentenced, the family of the victims have a few things to say.
My mom did you wrong! Sorry, sorry, Your Honor. What did they do to you? You didn't do anything to you! You know Anna Marie is not gonna go cheat if you didn't cheat first!
Ma'am, if you're not going to be able to control yourself...
Sorry, Your Honor. This feeling is like And I want to share the court the devastating impact the loss of my sister Anna Marie has had on our lives. My sister was a gentle, loving, sweet young woman whose absence has left a hole in my heart that can never be filled. No sentence can ever bring my sister back to us, but we hope that justice will be served.
The sentencing phase of this case was incredibly intense. The family spoke and they were very angry, as they should be. They were extremely heartbroken, and there was a lot of emotion in that courtroom.
My name is Jordana Barron, and Rayburn was my brother. He had a beautiful soul. So I'm here today to ask for justice for my brother Ray, for Anna, and for my mom, who has to suffer the rest of her life knowing that her youngest son and her baby was taken from her in such a violent way.
Mr. Abulban?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you want to make a statement, this is the time.
Your Honor, I have something written.
Okay.
May I face?
Sure.
It is truly unfortunate that despite the compelling evidence that this was a crime of passion, somehow the jury still landed on this verdict, and they certainly wasted no time in doing so. The fact that I spent more time on the stand than the jury took to deliberate my fate is very concerning, and that justice was not the motivating factor behind their decision. It was vengeance.
Ali read a statement, a very lengthy statement, I believe about 10 minutes long. It was very apparent that statement wasn't fully sincere, that he was just saying these things to try to get a better sentence for himself, and that he was a good actor. And so the judge did make comments about Ali being a very talented actor.
Watched him here during all of this time. When I saw the Scarface videos, it's as if when he committed these crimes, he became that persona of Scarface. Just the cold-blooded killing without remorse. Any tears that he's cried in this courtroom have been for himself. I don't know if he's really sorry.
I felt like the judge was saying, I've just seen a 3-day performance. So I will give it to you that you're a good actor. It seemed to be very, very calculated in so many ways.
And so the judge sentenced him to the maximum sentence that he could get.
The bottom line here is he will die in prison. He will never be a free man. He will take his last breath there. Please. In this matter, the defendant on count 1 will be sentenced to life without the possibility of probation. Consecutive to count 1 will be count 2, which will be life without the possibility of parole.
Obviously, this is not the first time that real lives lived out on social media hide what really may be going on behind closed doors, but this case is just a frightening example of what can happen when domestic violence escalates and how a trial can reveal who someone truly is. Now we move on to our next case. Imagine you come home from a long day of work and see an intruder in your apartment. It's pretty scary, right? What happens though when you take action and you realize you're in the wrong apartment? Our next trial involves a devastating and life-altering misreading of a situation and the tragic consequences that follow.
He saw someone? Yes, I thought it was my apartment. Oh my God. I'm sorry. And where are you at right now? I'm inside the apartment with him. Hey, come on. What's your name? I'm Amber Geiger.
Amber Geiger, the former Dallas police officer who shot Botham Jean to death in his own apartment, thinking he was an intruder in her unit, was arrested and ultimately charged with murder. During her 2019 trial, the question for the jury was whether Geiger's mistakes and actions were criminal, a question that became all the more complicated when Geiger took the stand.
What's up, TikTok? It's Dylan Scott, and my new album, Easy Does It, is out now. Head over to TikTok to hear all the new music. And can't wait to see the videos y'all create.
Our picks are in. We're out watching the game. When we decide, biggest winner chooses where we go next. Turns out, betting with friends can send the night into overtime. Make things interesting with Proline Plus.
Why did you shoot Amber?
I was scared he was going to kill me.
Amber Geiger took the stand in her trial, and I think that was kind of a no-brainer. Quite often, we don't want defendants to take the stand. In this case, she had to. She had to tell her side of the story because the evidence was overwhelming.
I heard moving around inside my apartment.
What type of moving around?
Loud shuffling, someone walking.
What did the figure do after you said, "Let me see your hands"?
He started coming towards me.
Did you hear anything as he was walking towards you?
There was a loud yell. He was yelling, "Hey, hey, hey," in an aggressive voice.
Okay.
The defense's case was entirely turned on whether her mistake was reasonable. If her mistake was reasonable, then everything that flowed from the mistake was just simply that, a mistake, and it was excusable.
Why did you fire?
So I was scared. I was scared this person said if I was going to hurt me. And I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Whether or not this was an accident, look, I just can't see it. She went to this house. I saw the door open. The doormat was different. The accoutrements in the house were different. There was a different person in the house. I don't see how that is reasonably perceived as a mistake.
I kind of didn't buy it. She is a police officer, did somewhat work against her. What do we think of police officers? We think of those are folks who have some type of heightened sense of awareness and where they are.
When the prosecution questions Geiger, they try to show the jury just how irrational she acted that night.
You should have taken a position of cover and concealment and got help. And instead you decided to go in.
Yes, I did go in.
You had a police radio on you, didn't you?
I did.
Did it work?
It did.
Then Geiger drops a bombshell.
But when you pulled that trigger, you intended to kill Mr. John.
He was the threat, yes, sir.
Will you answer my question? When you aimed and pulled the trigger at Mr. John, shooting him in center mass exactly where you are trained, you intended to kill Mr. John.
I did.
My hand went over my mouth when I heard that. I don't think I've ever heard a police officer testify that they intended to kill someone.
How do you feel what you did with Mr. John?
I feel like a terrible person. I feel like a piece of I hate that I have to live with this every single time. And I ask God for forgiveness, and I hate myself every single day.
She absolutely showed a high level of remorse. It wasn't remorse just because she was going to go to jail. This was something that she didn't intend.
I'm sorry.
The fate of Amber Geiger is now in the hands of the jury.
We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Amber Geiger, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. No outburst.
I was surprised by the verdict. It is very rare that law enforcement officers are even charged, let alone convicted.
I would have to say I was not surprised by the verdict. I did not hear any reasonable arguments as to the reasonableness of her mistake.
Well, I think that this case stands for the proposition that everyone will be held accountable. It doesn't make any difference what your profession is or who you are. We're going to handle it appropriately and fairly, and we think that a Dallas County jury did the same thing.
While the trial itself was certainly memorable, what happened at sentencing is something entirely unexpected.
Quite frankly, I've never seen anything like the end of this trial.
I know some of you might be true crime fans out there, but is anybody in a business of some kind too? If so, let me ask you this. How much time do you think your business team is wasting buried in spreadsheets or chasing down receipts or trying to make sense of endless rows of bank statements? Yeah, probably too much. Well, that is where Odoo Accounting steps in. So Odoo gives users a clean, modern accounting dashboard that shows you exactly what you need. Your bank balances, your cash flow, your vendor bills, your customer invoices, all in one place. It's intuitive, it's easy to navigate, and for anyone managing their business accounting, it's invaluable. You want to know why Odoo is going to give your business a cutting edge? Well, Odoo uses smart AI with a 98% recognition rate to automatically generate invoices and vendor bills. So all you have to do is just review and validate. That's it. Their bank reconciliation, next level. Odoo connects with over 28,000 banks to automatically match your transactions with your financial records to give you pinpoint accuracy. There's no more guesswork. You need reports? Odoo's got everything, from your balance sheets, your cash flow statements, professionally formatted, instantly accessible. So if you've been doing all of this accounting work manually, you can stop right now. Automate invoices, vendor bills, accounting workflow with Odoo today. Get a free 15-day trial today at odoo.com/primecrimeaccounting.
You live across oceans, across borders, across time zones, and even from worlds apart, you stay a part of their world, sending support from your province to your people in Lagos, Ho Chi Minh, or Amritsar, on time as promised. With Remitly, sending money is fast, secure, and guaranteed, so your support gets there when it matters most. To you, it's a quick send. To them, it's everything. Remitly, trusted by millions to move money worldwide.
This is not about me. It's about being scared at night.
After former Dallas police officer Amber Geiger was convicted of murdering her neighbor Botham Jean in his own apartment, thinking it was her own unit, it was time for sentencing. And that is when the state introduces new evidence, the racially charged text message history of Geiger. In one message, she arguably pokes fun at the death of Martin Luther King Jr., and in another, seemingly criticizes black officers.
Her text messages reveal that she's definitely got some issues of bias, or at the very least, some type of insecurity about being around and or working with black people.
The same jury that convicted Geiger now has to determine her sentence, which ranges from 5 to 99 years in prison. Their decision?
And assess the defendant's punishment at 10 years imprisonment in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The sentence was a little lenient. The jury took some mercy on her, probably because they felt sympathy for Miss Geiger.
But the surprises wouldn't stop there. After the jury's decision, Jean's brother Brant takes the stand, and in an incredible twist, he asks for the court's permission to give Geiger a hug.
Quite frankly, I've never seen anything like the end of this trial, the sentencing phase. I was in shock. I was in complete shock. I believe that helped them to let them know that they were forgiving her, so they would not have to carry that portion of the pain around with them.
It's just amazing that that young man could find that amount of forgiveness and love in his heart. The best qualities of his brother were showing through him at that moment.
Then, Judge Tammy Kemp follows suit and not only hugs Geiger, but lends her Bible.
When I saw that initially, the judge giving Miss Geiger a hug and the Bible, I thought it was a little much. But again, maybe the testimony of Miss Geiger really made a lasting impression on everyone in that courtroom.
I don't think there was any evidence that showed that she's an inherently bad person. The judge obviously felt that she was not an evil person, and she responded what I feel was in an appropriate way. I don't have any problems with what the judge did.
Amber Geiger appealed her conviction but lost in 2022. And in October of 2024, on what would have been Botham Jean's 33rd birthday, she was denied parole. Now we go from one surprising defendant to another, because the man you're about to see left everyone stunned with his courtroom tantrums, his outrageous antics, his wild legal maneuvers. That's right, he represented himself.
Almost a year after a red SUV barreled down a parade route in Waukesha, Wisconsin, killing 6 people and injuring dozens of others, the alleged driver of that vehicle is on trial. Darrell Brooks Jr. faces 76 criminal counts, including intentional homicide charges.
This was an accident, and he mistakenly wandered onto the parade route after passing all this. All he had to do was stop. They could have paused the parade, but he didn't. It was intentional.
This trial was anything but conventional.
Do you wish to represent yourself in this case?
Yes, I do.
This trial was unlike any other trial any of us have ever been involved in because of his self-representation.
I would like to represent myself as a sovereign citizen.
Throughout the trial, Darrell Brooks would bring up many things that were irrelevant. One of them was that he was a sovereign citizen. It basically was that he's not a citizen of the United States, and therefore the government, the judge, the law doesn't have any control over him.
We all kind of figured he was going to go the sovereign citizen direction there. It was just one of those where we're going, oh, great, here we go. It's going to be a rodeo.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
The written decision that I previously entered is what I will stand on.
I don't think he actually really believes that he's a sovereign citizen. I don't think he believed that there was an issue of subject matter jurisdiction. I think he's smarter than that. His motive was just to be a disturbance.
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled. Now you may answer
Grounds for the overrule, Your Honor.
It's overruled. You may answer.
Grounds for the overrule, Your Honor.
It was distracting with all of his interruptions and ramblings. Would you describe them all as being about teenage years?
Objection.
Overruled. He may answer.
These are the grounds, Your Honor. Do you even know the state of Wisconsin?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. He would, on the flip of a switch without notice, just go off on irrelevant topics and not let it go.
The defense would like to call the plaintiff state of Wisconsin to the stand.
I object. The objection is noted. It is sustained. Call your next witness, please.
Reason for the sustain?
Not relevant.
I believe the jury deserves to know who the plaintiff is in this matter. We don't
Mr. Brooks?
know who the plaintiff is.
Please, move on.
But Brooks' outbursts would become even more volatile.
I'm a grown man with grown kids. Ain't nobody gonna talk to me like that. Nobody.
Why would you buy your health and wellness products from a company that doesn't specialize in health and wellness? Seems silly.
When you buy from iHerb, your products are sourced directly from manufacturers, stored at optimal temperatures, and certified fresh before being sent fast and direct to you. If you shop with the other guys, your health and wellness products might be stored in a hot warehouse for months or even years past their expiration date. Shipped to you fast, but, fresh products from end to end. Just one of the many ways we make wellness better. iHerb.
Progress isn't out of reach. Coho puts it in your hands. Earn unlimited cash back. Borrow money easily. And build your credit history. Join over 2 million Canadians using Coho today.
Because that's a lie.
Let him
Because at the end of the day,
Let him finish.
We're gonna open the door on that. No, since he want to make a record and not be accurate, so let's be accurate on the record. Since you think you know so much.
He reminded me of a 2-year-old.
The 2022 trial of Darrell Brooks Jr. was unlike anything we'd ever seen. Accused of driving through a holiday parade, killing 6 and injuring dozens, he chose to represent himself. A bold move and a wild ride.
Every time something started to go not his way, he would throw a temper tantrum, literally.
This court ordered Mr. Brooks be removed from the courtroom due to repeated interruptions. He took his shirt off as well. I'm also told that he is threatening to throw and break items.
And Judge Jennifer Darrow would find herself on the receiving end of much of Brooks' blow-ups.
I don't care what you believe fully.
All right.
It's not a game.
The amount of lashing out and disrespect was beyond belief.
Mr. Brooks.
Come on, man, stop.
When you
Stop
aren't
Stop
even
it.
letting
You're a
me
public
ask
servant,
a
Your Honor.
question.
I respect your courtroom. I respect you. You're a public servant, though. Your job is to be the referee.
You know, I didn't think that he would be that disrespectful. He has no respect for humankind at all.
I would like to provide the defendant and the court a copy.
So that had to be said. So it's the defendant.
That's not how it was said.
That was how I said. You want to run the record back?
I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared.
She has to listen to that and respond to it. So her temperament was, she deserves high praise for that.
You are not being respectful to this proceeding or to this jury. No, it's not. With all due respect, stating that doesn't make it respectful.
You want to do right by these victims and by our communities. These families all suffered so greatly that we absolutely wanted to do our best.
I watched the body fly up onto the hood, and her head snapped back, and the body remained on the hood as it passed the side of my vehicle.
Asking these witnesses to relive these events was very difficult for us.
Did you see the red SUV strike any people in the Catholic community group?
Several. It was in the air, like bowling pins.
Some of the witnesses had indicated that they even noticed that he almost had this look on his face, like he knew exactly what he was doing, exactly where he was going.
I saw a man focused on the group ahead of him.
Is that Daryl Brooks that you saw?
Yes.
While the prosecution presents evidence tying Brooks to the crimes, Brooks presents another side of the story.
What were the defenses to his case? The first was that there was a mechanical error with the car.
You believe that there may have been some mechanical problems. How were you able to come to that determination?
That was my initial concern because of the noise that the engine was making.
The second issue was that they didn't have the right guy.
Could you see anybody inside the vehicle? Your answer was, I could not see the person real clearly.
And then the last one he brought was the person who did this did not intend to kill the individuals because they honked beforehand.
So you heard a horn beeping?
Yes.
Was it coming from the vehicle that you tried to stop?
I believe that it was.
And at one point, Brooks appeals to the jury's emotions and even improperly argues that the jury can ignore the law.
You have the power to nullify any law that you don't agree with.
Objection. Move to strike the statement. Sustained.
We have wanted to do this compilation for a while now, and the reason that we can do it is not only because of the amazing support that we get from you guys, but also from our sponsors, and that includes Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they have so many? Because they win a lot. They have recovered over $25 billion for more than 500,000 clients. In the past few months, a client in Florida received $12 million after the insurance company offered just $350,000. In Pennsylvania, a client was awarded $26 million. That is 40 times the insurer's $650,000 offer. Another client in Pennsylvania received $29 million after being offered only $500,000. Even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/primecrime or scan the QR code on screen.
Cash app.
Done. You should have seen him without his shirt on. He was sweating. He was sweating a lot. But it smelled kind of like honey. And I just remember that smell to this very day.
late October 2022, a 12-person jury reaches a unanimous verdict on the charges against Darrell Brooks Jr. after about 3 hours of deliberations.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. Burn in hell, you piece of... You are to be removed right now.
The jury finds Darrell Brooks Jr. guilty of all 76 criminal charges.
You had eyewitnesses who identified him as the person that was responsible. You had video that established he was the person responsible. You had him caught just a short distance away with the keys to the vehicle on him. You had a statement he made to the police where he clearly lies about where he was and why he was there. He darn well knew exactly what he had done.
Nearly a year to the day following the attack, at the sentencing hearing, Brooks faces the victims' families and the survivors of the parade massacre.
And there's nothing this court can do that would provide justice in my eyes. So all I ask is that you rot, and you rot slow.
Times where I felt justice wouldn't be served until he had to take that SUV to his chest, exactly the same way he treated my child. And I hope the look on my daughter's face before you ran her over haunts you for the rest of your life. That whole experience really opens up your eyes to know how fast things can be ripped away from you and can change your life in a matter of seconds. Jessalyn is doing amazing. It's surprising how well she has bounced back. The recovery process has been a very long journey.
Very long and exhausting. It was a lot of physical therapy and doctor's appointments. I'm doing pretty good.
As for Brooks, he has some words before his official sentencing.
Not only am I sorry for what happened, I'm sorry that you could not see what's truly in my heart.
But Judge Darrow is not convinced.
Frankly, Mr. Brooks, no one is safe from you. This community can only be safe if you are behind bars for the rest of your life. This court is imposing a life sentence without the possibility or eligibility for extended supervision consecutive to one another.
What a case. I know. My gosh. Okay. Now, trials often spark debate, right? Guilty, not guilty. This next one, it started out in Massachusetts and it exploded all over the country with everything that went down, including in that courtroom. This had the whole nation talking.
911, what's emergency?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. You don't know if he's breathing.
It's very similar to the game of Clue. We have all these pieces and all of the players, but we're not yet sure who did what.
Free Karen Reed!
Karen Reed said she had John O'Keefe, and I believe her! I believe her! I believe her!
Karen Reed's trial for the alleged murder of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, begins on April 29th, 2024 in Dedham, Massachusetts, a trial followed and watched by many across the country.
The defendant is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death.
And stated repeatedly, I hit him. The only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with her car, knocking him back onto the ground, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard, the temperatures in the teeth, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 16.
Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Canton, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, and because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit.
One of the prosecution's key witnesses, the lead investigator on the case, is also one of the most controversial witnesses we have ever seen.
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's
0 chance she skates. She's right?
correct.
That's me, and this crowd surf all started with a hockey bet with Proline Plus. Our picks are in, we're out watching the game. When we decide, biggest winner chooses where we go next. So we face off. And I hit a beauty of a parlay. As team captain, I lead the breakaway to our own post-game celly. Turns out, betting with friends can send the night into overtime. And it all started with a bet. Make things interesting with Proline Plus.
BetMGM Casino has the most exciting live dealer tables. So when you want the magic of Vegas, you get the magic of Vegas. Anytime, anywhere. Download BetMGM Casino, the casino born in Vegas.
Karen Reed's on trial for the alleged murder of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. And that's when lead investigator Michael Proctor takes the stand.
You could just read a series of responses from yourself.
From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job.
So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat looking through Karen Reed's phone?
No news so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
Somehow, Michael Proctor, who is known to the Alberts for a very long time, and they consider him a very good friend, somehow catches this case. And he becomes a much bigger part of the investigation than I think he ever really wanted to be.
The Massachusetts State Police trooper responds to a series of texts he exchanged with friends, family, and colleagues.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
What, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
You knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor indicates through a series of text messages from his personal phone that he is in close alliance with law enforcement. He's clearly biased against Karen Reed and willing to cover for fellow law enforcement officers.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's
0 chance she skates. She's right?
Correct.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She's going to catch the case, correct? What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was I am going to make sure Miss Reed doesn't skate.
Michael Proctor, his testimony, his conduct in this investigation were incredibly damaging to the prosecution.
And from all accounts, the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job, right?
Yes.
What else did you say in response to she hot at least, question mark?
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
When he was reading those text messages, you could see reactions from jurors to the awful text that he had sent about Karen Reed.
The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
On June 25th, 2024, after 2 months, Karen Reed's trial comes to a close. The jury deliberates for more than 20 hours over 5 days. But in the end, they tell the judge they're deadlocked. Judge Cannoni declares a mistrial.
Since the end of the trial, Massachusetts State Police has issued a statement that Trooper Michael Proctor has been relieved of duty.
Proctor continues to be their poison apple. He continues to be a real liability to them, but at the same time, they very much need Proctor because he was the lead investigator on this case.
So what happened to Karen Reed? Well, her retrial began in April of 2025, and at the time of this recording, Karen Reed was acquitted of second-degree murder and manslaughter, but convicted of operating under the influence of liquor, and she was sentenced to 1-year probation. Now, our next case reveals the battle between conspiracy theories and the truth, and it showcases that ultimately, words have consequences, but there is certainly no shortage of absolutely unforgettable moments in this trial.
911 State Police, can I help you?
There's a shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut.
December 14th, 2012, Newtown, Connecticut. Reports of gunfire at an elementary school suddenly shatter the quiet and calm of this small-town community.
John 911, what's the location of your emergency?
Sandy Hook Elementary School, 12 Dickinson Drive.
Okay, I've got that. What's going on down there?
I believe there's shooting at the front glass. Something's going on.
All right, I want you to take cover.
The day would end in the deaths of 20 children, 6 adults, the shooter's mother, and the shooter himself. The Sandy Hook Elementary School massacre has been considered one of the worst mass shootings in American history. While the nation reeled from the horror of that day, something unexpected happened.
Let's talk to Kevin. Kevin, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, Alex. Calling about Sandy Hook. Basically, my take on it is I live about 50 miles from Newtown, and the whole thing is pretty much the next step in reality TV. You've got a bunch of people walking around a parking lot. It's pretty much what it comes down to, and none of the evidence...
No, I've had the investigators on. I've had the state police have gone public. You name it. The whole thing is a giant hoax.
This is Alex Jones.
Would they stage this? I don't know. Do penguins live in Antarctica?
Jones is the founder and host of Infowars.com, a live-streaming conspiracy theorist website.
Now you can watch The Alex Jones Show live as it happens at Infowars.com/show.
If he sees something hit on his website, they'll try to emulate that. They want to repeat those spikes in traffic. And what we saw is that when he did his first really big story on Sandy Hook, his own sort of homegrown version of this lie, it actually became the 3rd most popular story on InfoWars ever.
If you've got a school of 100 kids and then nobody can find them, and you've got parents laughing, going, ha, 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 and then they walk over to the camera and go, and I mean, but not just one, but a bunch of parents doing this, and then photos of kids that are still alive, they said died. I mean, they think we're so dumb that it's really hidden in plain view.
Immediately after the Sandy Hook shooting, Jones began to promote the idea this wasn't real.
Why did Hitler blow up the Reichstag? To get control. Why did government stage these things? To get our guns. I mean, why can't people get that through their head?
Alex Jones' statements about the Sandy Hook shooting would lead to multiple defamation lawsuits and also moments at trial that no one could have imagined.
Attorney Pattis, how many times do I have to say when I'm speaking, you stop? Just tell me what I need to do. Do I need to hold you in contempt?
When you live a global life, it can feel like your world is spinning, because it is. But it doesn't have to make you dizzy. Send money at the pace of life with the Remitly app. Fast transfers worldwide with guaranteed delivery. Remitly, trusted by millions to move money worldwide.
Hi, it's Michelle Milet.
Okay, real talk for a sec. If you're gonna be playing online, you gotta trust who you're playing with. On casino days, people do excellent on Trustpilot. 4.5 stars, easy withdrawals, customer service that actually shows up, and thousands of games. Not 10, not 20, thousands. And I know you're worried about this, but honestly, the app is super smooth as well. It also has 4.5 stars on the Apple App Store, so it's fun to explore, easy to use, and packed with options. So yeah, trust matters, and this one's earned it.
10 years after the horror of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, InfoWars host and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones finds himself on trial. Multiple people who lost loved ones in the massacre, and even a former FBI agent, sued Jones in Connecticut and Texas for various claims, such as defamation, after he repeatedly and publicly called the mass shooting a hoax.
No emergency helicopters were sent. The ambulances came an hour and a half later and parked down the road. DHS an hour and a half later with a timestamp put up signs saying sign in here. They had porta potties being delivered within an hour and a half. It looked like a carnival. Looked like a big PR stunt.
Alex Jones would lose these cases by default judgments for failing to comply with discovery obligations. The only question that remains for these juries is how much would they order him to pay out in damages.
This man knew parents of murdered children were emotionally distressed, outraged, grieving. And he looked straight into that camera and he said, the only problem is I've watched a lot of soap operas and I've seen actors before. It kept going. It just kept going. It doesn't stop. 2017. And it's still going. They're still making videos saying it's phony as a $3 bill. Alex Jones has already been punished. He lost all his access to the internet. Millions of dollars. He regrets what he did.
To know the importance of standing up to bullies when they prey on people who are helpless and profit from it. And to know that unless you stop a bully will never stop.
Our contention, to be clear, is that the damage claims here are exaggerated, because of the idiosyncratic motives of plaintiffs, transforming their griefs into political weapons.
Jones's best defense was to show that he didn't cause incremental damage to the plaintiffs. To start with, they were all family members of victims in these school shootings. One could argue they were already subject to as much emotional distress as you could be. What he said didn't really matter.
To say the Alex Jones trials were different would be an understatement. Things happened that no one could have predicted, including one moment that was caught on camera after court had ended for the day.
There was not great relations of opposing counsel, but with Mr. Reynal, it was particularly abrasive. And the first time that Andino and I ever talked was outside the courthouse on the courthouse steps. And he told me at that time, in a sort of mocking way, you know, your clients are never going to get a dime. Ha, what do you think about that? I knew what I was dealing with here was different than the kind of lawyer I would normally deal with. And that manifested itself at trial.
Will you talk to me? Andino, will you talk to me? Will you talk to me? You said that always. You said to me, are all your videos
I said
on
this is a summary exhibit, and we're agreeing to all.
Hey guys, maybe now's not the time. Maybe we can cool off and I'm gonna have a phone call later.
He'd come after a day in court, which did not go very well for them. And Andino did not like that. I had this confrontation that was unlike anything I've ever had in a courtroom. I mean, it actually reminded me of, I'm in 8th grade again, because all of a sudden there's this man, you know, getting up on my personal space like he's going to have a fight with me. It was comical to me at the time. And I think some of my humor at that is what made him even madder, is that I'm not taking this like this is an actual physical confrontation. The judge had said on the record, look, if that had happened in my presence, you'd be looking at contempt right now.
But the real fireworks begin when Alex Jones shows up.
Spit your gum out, Mr. Jones.
It's not gum.
What is it?
I had my tooth pulled a week and a half ago, and I had some gauze in there earlier.
So you're chewing on your gauze?
Would you like me to show you? I'll show you right here.
I don't want to see the inside of your mouth.
In 2022, 10 years after the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, InfoWars founder and host Alex Jones is on the stand in 2 different trials. The plaintiffs, primarily those who lost loved ones in the massacre, successfully sued and won judgments against Jones after he made claims that the shooting was fake and staged. But now, it's time to determine how much to order Jones to pay in damages.
To put it kindly, you could say he was defiant. If you wanted to be less kind, you could say he was petulant.
This is a witch hunt. This is a show trial. This will go down in history as one of the greatest show trials ever to happen, not just here, but even in places like Nazi Germany.
We tell clients all the time, be quiet, don't say anything to the press. We fight our battles in the court, not out of the court. But here, Alex Jones wanted to do exactly the opposite. He was there solely for his out-of-court strategy of publicity and fundraising.
You encourage your audience to give you money using cryptocurrency donations, right? Yes. Infowars.com/crypto. That one that was in clip on your show tonight.
He is trying to keep the money flow coming in by pretending to be the real victim here.
This is America. This is Texas. This is freedom. This is Christianity. This is resistance. Don't you ever not realize how important you are? And I'm talking to people that went to that puppet courthouse in Connecticut and put InfoWars stickers up everywhere. We commend you.
While Jones would make outrageous statements on his show and to the media, testifying under oath is a whole other story. And the world sees Jones do just that when he testifies in both the Texas and Connecticut trials.
Have you been wanting to apologize to the plaintiffs in this case for a long time?
Yes.
And what would you like to say to them?
That I never intentionally tried to hurt you.
Your belief at that time that no one died at Sandy Hook, that the whole thing was fake. Do you understand as you sit here today how crazy that is?
Lived in so many lies and so many things in the past, and I was under a lot of pressure. And I truly, when I said those statements, when I say something, I mean it, that I really couldn't believe that it was totally staged at that point.
Do you understand now that it was absolutely irresponsible of you to do that?
It was, especially since I met the parents, and it's 100% real.
In fact, Jones actually tries to apologize to plaintiffs Scarlett Lewis and Neil Hesland.
And that he's slow enough. I'm slow enough. You're not doing this. That's not my fault. That's not the way this is.
Why, you can't see and take videos anymore?
Judge him not.
That reminds me of 3 longer stories.
Bet mode activated.
Hey, the score bad. How my passing yards looking?
It's tracking, but they're also up 16 in the 4th.
They're gonna run out the clock.
Looks like it.
Okay, cash out.
Done.
I think he was genuine. I absolutely do. I believe that he is sorry for all the Sandy Hook stuff. I believe also, however, that he has this burning desire to satisfy an audience that has expectations of him.
I think Sandy Hook happened, and I think it's a terrible event, and I think we need to protect our children.
While Jones testifies that he took ownership and responsibility for the false statements.
Got my head cleaned up, realized that it probably did happen, and I was probably, it was a good chance I was wrong. So I started basically trying to walk it back long before I got sued.
At the same time, Jones and his attorneys argue he shouldn't have to pay out that much.
And what didn't the plaintiff's lawyers tell you? They told you you're the conscience of the community, hold Alex accountable, make a point. They never talked about the damage. You heard from no physician. You saw no medical bill. You heard nothing about a lost wage. No receipt for anything has been put before you.
But when pressed by opposing lawyers, another side of Alex Jones comes out.
You taking this trial seriously? You're approaching it in good faith?
Absolutely.
Judge Maya Gamble comes from CPS, who has been exposed for human trafficking and working with pedophiles.
That's what you mean when you say you're taking this seriously.
I take this as serious as cancer.
The person on the left of this image is our judge, correct?
Yes,
The person on the right is another judge you don't like, right?
yes.
Okay.
And hitting, let's just say this, extremely blue-collar folks. I mean, half that jury panel does not know who I am. It's people do live in all these different bubbles. And there's the bubbles that are awake and the bubbles that are questioning, but then there's the blue city bubbles, where people do not know what planet they are on.
Mr. Jones, you don't like that this jury is made up of blue-collar folks. You think that's wrong?
No, I don't think that.
I'm glad that Alex Jones, when he showed up, I think he did show his true colors, and he showed who he really was. He is a man that is incapable of any sort of compassion or remorse, or fails to be apologetic in a sincere way.
That's Robbie Parker, isn't it, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
That's the real Robbie Parker, isn't it?
I mean, I said years ago, I thought Sandy Hook had him.
Robbie Parker's sitting right here. He's real, isn't he?
Yes?
You put a target on his back just like you did every single parent and loved one sitting here, didn't you?
No, I didn't. It's like all the Iraqis, but you liberals kill and love. It's just, you're unbelievable. You switch on emotions on and off when you want. It's just ambulance chasing.
Why don't you show a little respect? You have families in this courtroom here that lost children, sisters, wives, moms.
This is a struggle session. Are we in China? I've already said I'm sorry hundreds of times, and I'm done saying I'm sorry. But I legitimately thought it might have been staged, and I stand by that, and I don't apologize for it.
And don't apologize, Mr. Jones. Please don't apologize.
No, I've already apologized to the parents over and over again.
You know,
I don't apologize to you. Don't apologize to you.
But there is one moment that leaves everyone speechless.
Do you know where I got this?
No.
Mr. Jones, did you know that 12 days ago, your attorneys messed up and sent me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone with every text message you've sent for the past 2 years, and when informed, did not take any steps to identify it as privileged or protect it in any way. And as of 2 days ago, it fell free and clear into my possession. And that is how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text messages about Sandy Hook.
I still can't convince myself of exactly what happened there. There was no any indication why these documents were being sent to us, and it seemed to me that there was just a pure-out mistake. That's when I contacted Mr. Reynal and said, hey, look, I think you sent this to me inadvertently. He said to just disregard the link at first, and then 10 days passed and no documents are identified as privileged. But as a result of this colossal mix-up, it actually revealed a lot of the games that they had been playing.
I told you the truth. This is your Perry Mason moment. I gave them my phone.
And I'm going to tell you 100% he did not know. I don't believe he had been briefed in any way about this disclosure. And I also believe that Mr. Reynal's reaction to me after the cross-examination, where he went into a panic and wanted to know all what was disclosed, I believe that was genuine as well. You had a lawyer who was not on top of what was happening at all. That is how your client gets embarrassed on a national stage.
Because your credibility, sir, is the most important thing with your audience, isn't it?
No, my most important.
No, okay, no. Your credibility is not your most important thing.
It's crushing the globalist.
Crushing globalists.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2022, and InfoWars founder and host Alex Jones finds himself in two different courtrooms. In both Connecticut and Texas, the plaintiffs, primarily the families of those who lost loved ones in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, successfully sued Jones for his repeated comments that the massacre never happened and was staged.
What do you make of the green screen with Anderson Cooper down there on the ground? What do you make of the obvious staged interviews and multiple actors playing the part of multiple people? I mean, this is undoubted. Something's going on.
In both cases, the juries must determine the amount of damages Jones owes the plaintiffs for their suffering and whether punitive damages are warranted too. Jones' attorneys argue the claims are inflated, and Jones responds defensively and vividly.
Did you make money off of your Sandy Hook cover? No, we lost money. It really hurt us.
I almost didn't dare to take with the head of the state police saying there's a cover-up in Uvalde. I'm sure children die is terrible, but I'm like hands off now because I don't want to be sucked into this black hole of mass shootings anymore.
And outside the courtroom, he doesn't stop.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? Everybody enjoying the show trial?
The Texas jury would end up awarding the plaintiffs in that case almost $50 million. But in Connecticut,
To plaintiff Rodney Parker. A. Defamation/slander damages past and future, $60 million. B. Emotional distress damages past and future, $60 million.
It was this huge weight lifted off me in the sense of like, I finally felt like I had been seen and I had been heard. That all of this stuff that I had been going through, somebody saw that and they recognized how bad it was and they recognized how atrocious it was and the harm that it did to me and my family. And they said, I see that and I want you to know that I see that.
David Wheeler, $55 million. To plaintiff Francine Wheeler, total $54 million. To plaintiff Jacqueline Barter, $28,800,000, $57,600,000, $73,600,000.
in total, the jury awarded the plaintiffs in Connecticut $965 million. But that's not all. Judge Barbara Bellis imposes an additional award of $473 million for punitive damages.
Total $54 million.
Yeah!
By juror number one. $28,800,000. Initials by
Get
juror
those
number
numbers up. $1 billion owed by Alex Jones. I personally don't have $2 million. The company's almost completely out of money. We're in bankruptcy. There's 2 appeals. It'll take years. There's caps on almost all of this. This is just completely, absolutely made up.
How much will he pay when this is all said and done? It depends on knowing the outcomes of so many contingent things about how the bankruptcy goes, how the state court appeals will go, how any negotiations go in the future. Both sets of plaintiffs have solid arguments to evade the statutory caps. We're going to have 2 more trials and 2 more verdicts. What this shows you is that ultimately there will be a large group of plaintiffs, 20 of them, who are going to be dividing up the corpse of InfoWars.
The message is a very good one, and it's very important to the future of our society. The message is about the importance of truth. Truth is our reality, and anything but truth is not reality.
At the time of this recording, Alex Jones has declared bankruptcy, and the money that was awarded to the families, it's tied up in litigation. Our final case shows how even 20 years after a crime, a trial can still be a dramatic game of cat and mouse between the prosecutor and the defendant.
If I go ahead and fight with you, and let's say I win, you're not going to win.
After 20 years, Robert Durst finally finds himself on trial for the murder of his friend Susan Berman. This trial is unlike any other. Not only is there a 14-month delay that interrupts the proceedings due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but the prosecution is permitted to introduce evidence about 2 other deaths to connect Durst to Berman's murder. That of his missing wife, Kathy McCormack Durst, and his former neighbor, Morris Black.
He killed Kathy Durst. Then he killed her, and then he got rid of her body. But when the reinvestigation happened, and when Susan Berman told him that, you know,